5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear you.
No, that's because I was on mute. Good afternoon, everybody. It's match day again. It's yet another 6-pointer. And, well, just to keep everything in perspective, Tom's obviously having problems with his screen again. It looks like he's on his mobile, and it looks like he was impersonating Peter Crouch's robot a minute ago.
Yeah, Chris, you might lose me at any second, mate. I do apologise. I've got more problems than Tottenham Hotspur for being jinxed when it comes to this, because I logged on, and as soon as I did and came into this, it's kicked me out every time for the last 20 minutes. So
well, you have been in and out like a guy that's on a timer with a prostitute. I've got to be honest with you.
Should we go for the dirty joke? I've literally been queuing up for some online stuff recently. It's been quite famous. Been in and out quick, mate. But yeah, no, it's if you lose me, guys, I do apologise. I wasn't expecting this, but then again, here we are. That's life, isn't it?
I could say it wouldn't be a watch along if we didn't. Look, before we get into it, coming up there is everything that's going to be going on during the watch along today. Well, let's start with, and I've got to say, well done, Nottingham Forest. Another 2, and they would have equalled the record. Nottingham Forest 7, Brighton 0. Now, there was rumours that he may be joining us. In fact, he has joined us. Up to Daisy. I'll be back in a second, Tom.
No problem. I'll be here as well.
There we go. Brad, are you with us?
Yes, I am. I have just messaged you. I should have a lovely AI image of myself up, but for whatever reason, I cannot upload it. It will not. I cannot find it anywhere. It's on my phone, but through StreamYard on the phone, you can't upload it that way. And I'm trying to do it on a laptop, and it won't let me. So unfortunately, you're stuck with a less ugly AI. Until that
will do until we get it all sorted out. I just want to say, I'm just looking at the prediction scores that were put in. What did you go for, Brad?
What, in this game?
In the Forest Brighton game.
I hysterically went 1-1, and that's hilariously bad, and I love it.
You think you've got problems, Tom? 1-1. I mean, there's that. You're aiming for the ball there, Brad. You've not even got the dart in the board.
No, in fact, I've turned up with a sledgehammer and got the wrong sport completely. That's what's happened now, Chris. Let alone just not getting the dart on the board. I've just not bothered bringing them.
You certainly haven't. Just going to say a few hellos. Good luck to win to Leicester. That was Lynn. Hi, Lynn. Look, anything could happen, I've got to say, in this show, because I have actually got a new system that is running, which may or may not, but it looks like it's working. You won't see the benefit during the show, but you may do post-show. So, but anyway, Gray says 7-0 up. Afternoon, Gray. Wayne is in. Hi, Wayne. Looking forward to seeing you later, mate. Yep, 7-0. Woods is in my fantasy team. Well done, Wayne. If only you were that good at predicting scores. Nate is in. Hi, Nate. Ben says, hi, Chris and fans. I'm glad Matty's back. We're going to come on to that in a second. I was muted, but I'm not now. Craig is in. Hi, Craig. And Keith has gone 1-1 for this game as well. Let's put the team up, shall we? He says, like I say, the way that today is going, who knows? But look, here's the team. I'm in black. Tom's in black. I know, Brad, who knows? He's probably sat there naked. No, he's in white.
Yeah, just while I'm sorting it out, I thought I'd let you show that I've ruined the trend as well as being late. So, why not? Why not?
You didn't get the memo, did you?
No, I didn't. The carrier pigeon sat outside my window, headbutting the door, and I just won't let it in because it shit on me last time. Sorry.
Look, I mean, I have to say, I did the preview last night with Craig, and he picked his team. I didn't pick mine because there's no point. I just sort of discussed his team. He had Hermansen not in his team. I think he went for Stolarczyk. Is that, Tom, a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, would you have stuck with Stolarczyk? I know Brad would, and we'll come on to Brad in a second.
Well, I wouldn't know. I'm glad that Mads is back, Chris, because he is head and shoulders a better goalkeeper than him, and that's the way it is. He had a good game last time out. That's the challenge, isn't it? But like I was hinting before then, I felt the games before then, he wasn't solid enough to really be cementing it. He was putting in good performances, 6 out of 10s and all the rest of it. But with Mads back now, I think with the points on the line, we've got to put him back in because he saved us so many points earlier in the season, Chris.
Would you agree with that, Brad?
No, I purely wouldn't. I've been.
I know you wouldn't because I saw your post earlier. That's why.
Yeah. So I thought I'd save the dramatics on this one, Christmas. No, I wouldn't, purely because of the fact that I think if you're not going to change the outfield of a winning team, why change the goalkeeper? I think it was Wayne or somebody posted on a debate about this, and they basically said, look, Man U's in the cup after this. Why not throw him in against that? Because it's not like we're playing a League Two opposition. We're not that fortunate in the cup draw. It's going to be a decent-ish Man U side he comes up against. He gets to get match fitness under him. There's no real pressure on him because we're not now we've got a Premier League side. We're not bothered if we go out. We've got better things to concentrate on this year. I just think Stolarczyk earned his right, as did the rest of them. I did Chris's favourite, Dakova Reed, obviously. To feature in this game, to go and try and get us that momentum, make it high red. I bet you've got the biggest erection of your life, haven't you, Luke? I'm
sorry, mate.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, I just feel like personally he should have stayed, and then I agree with what Tom's saying, that then give Mads, give him the Man U game then and give him back the number 1 jersey. All I will say is it is nice to know that if Mads goes in the summer, we know exactly who's going to replace him, and it's going to be Stolarczyk because I think he's been brilliant.
Exactly.
I mean, we have been looking at other goalkeepers, so who knows? Tom, if Mads is playing here, you do start with Stolarczyk against Man United in the cup, don't you?
Yeah, I would have thought so, Chris. Yeah, because, we don't really know what this injury was, really. We don't really know the full ins and outs of it. It was very vague, wasn't it? Especially coming into January at a time where you think transfers could be on the radar a little bit. So, so with that in mind, Ben, when we don't know really what it is, it makes sense to go get him in for one game and then put Jakob back in for the next one. And I do agree with what Brad was saying. It just so happens, I think he had a good game out last time against Tottenham as well, which made it a bit more difficult. But this is a weird thing for us Leicester fans, because how many times do we look at a team sheet on a Saturday and go, oh, I wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't have done that. But we'll argue over something positive for once, which is we've got 2 goalkeepers we think are actually worth some value.
Yeah, and I think Stolarczyk would have probably known from the start, wouldn't he, Brad, that, once Mads was fit. It's like if, Vardy's injured and Daka's starting. Daka knows once that Vardy's fit again, that he's basically going to be back in the team.
Yeah, and it's not the nicest thing to hear. Obviously, you want to do enough to kind of make the manager go, look, to his main man, look, sorry, but until he drops the ball, you're going to have to do what he's done and wait it out. I can't deny him the start. But with the goalkeepers, I suppose it's a lot more understandable,
I'll be back. Keep talking.
Yeah, no worries. It's a lot more understandable, isn't it, Tom? You get told, look, you're the prodigy, if you will, unless you're a 38-year-old bloody goalkeeper we signed from Hull all them years ago. It's understandable that, Madsen was rushed in as the number one because of what happened last season. We saw the calamity of Danny Ward and no show of Iverson. So we needed a number one. So we got him in, and Stolarczyk needs to keep showing Leicester fans when he's given the opportunity, and mainly the manager, what he can do. So it's not a bad number 1 and 2. Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe people as Tom goes, we've all gone, folks. It's just the voices in your head hearing us. Let me see if I can. There we go. So you've got a face to look at. Probably best if I didn't come on, actually. For me, I haven't seen a Leicester pairing of 1 and 2 be so relaxed and relied upon by the fans since Casey Keller and Peggy Faxad. Maybe some will say further back there was more sturdier ones than them, but in terms of closeness to having a dependable number 1 and a number 2, I cannot think of a more dependable duo than I have. And this is a position that you have to get right in football to carry on. You'd like to think that once Mads goes, it'll be Stolarczyk and maybe the under-21 keeper that's doing well.
Indeed. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Amazon.
He's back. He's back.
Yeah. Well, I knew if anybody could fill the gap, you could, Brad. Look, Tom, Brad knows how much I love Dakova Reid. He's my favourite player. And I have to say, after changing and just going back on what we were saying about not changing, if it's not fixed, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Both me and Craig agreed. Ayew, Bilal and Dakova Reid, you've got to stick with those three, haven't you?
Yeah, you do. And there's still a little bit of disparity in the fan base, probably amongst Ayew in particular, isn't there? I think half the fan base think yeah, and half of them think no.
And he's gone.
As always.
Yeah.
He did one. Oh, he's back. Are you back, Tom?
But yeah, no, I think the thing about Decordova Reid is that he's really good at getting into the space. And I think we saw that against Tottenham. And it's something we've been screaming out for. So I'm happy he's retained his place. And like I said, I think Ayew's a bit of a contentious one in the fan base. Half the people like him, half of them don't. But he offers probably a bit more physicality at his best. So hopefully that'll play out. But I don't think you can change the top three like you boys said. So,
Brad, look, joking about Decova Reid, I wasn't impressed with him when Cooper left, when we did the player assessments. But I had to say last week I gave him an honourable mention award. And though not man of the match, he did get an honourable mention award. So fair play. And is it a case of, and maybe we're seeing this with Edouard, who knows, because it looks like we're going to be stuck with him. Is it a case with Decova Reid that he just hadn't been given the chance?
Maybe that was the case. I feel like the hype and the pressure that was on certain players to prevail in this division, most notably, Mavididi and Fatawu, who obviously we lost one of them till the end of the season. Although the recovery video that he's put up is brilliant to see. Mavididi has been more cold than hot, but he has shown that maybe with a little bit of work it needs to do. And then obviously, the changing manager, Chris. We saw it under Enzo with we all love Charles Vestergaard. They come out of the cold, they get brought in, and then the manager kind of goes, I don't know why he was thinking you do this role and you do that role. You're clearly better at this role. Because when I saw him out on the left against Tottenham, I was a bit like, oh, well, let's just go down to the Championship, shall we? Because we've got no pace going forward. But Rude's obviously worked and seen something that he kind of goes, no, actually, allowing Bobby to kind of just go unnoticed and drift out to that left works perfectly. I mean, he got 2 assists from that game. So he's obviously found a way to fit him into the team. The disruption of injuries and new signings and loanies doesn't help. But, it was good to see, Chris. And it wasn't, for the first time in a long time, Chris, we didn't just see a player come on and go, oh, well, he's only coming in because Harry Winks isn't fit. He came on from Mavadidi and we were all like, wait, he's playing him on the wing? So let's just see. Rude's had that time now. He's clearly, despite selling players, not going to get the financial backing to bring in anyone else in his window. So he's stuck with what he's got. You might as well make the best of a bad situation, if you pardon the pun, with what he's got. And like you said, he warranted a mention in our man of the match talks against Spurs.
I mean, I agree. I mean, why change it? Maybe he is going to give us the chance. I mean, everybody seems to be going 3-1. I'm going to be controversial here, Tom. Should we give Edouard a chance, for God's sake?
Well, I always had a theory on him, didn't I, that he could be an Adel Taarabt. I mean, it's a controversial one, but how many times?
So you've broken again, Chris. You're asking about such stupidity and such outlandish behaviour. You freeze, Tom, don't you?
Oh, mate, if it's still doing it, I thought I was fine then. I'm sorry.
No, get that wheel next year. Keep turning it.
Are you with us then, Tom? No, he's not. Brad, I'll come to you. I mean, look, we know Vardy's going to be the first choice, always will be. Do we, think Daka, he's not scoring. He's been linked with actually a move to Everton. Do we give Edouard a chance? Again, look, we all joke about him, about how bad and everything he is. We've not seen anything of him, have we?
That is also very true. I mean, people just seem to put the idea that if they don't play, they're terrible, and sail them down the same river. But again, I suppose, no, I do think he's terrible. But if you want me to make an argument as to why I think we could see him play, how did we try and use Slimani? When we had Islam Slimani, okay, we only tried to play him in the Champions League because that's what we brought him for. He was deadly in the Champions League competition, and he was for us, let's face it. We got the ball out wide, we put a booting ball over the top, he smashed it in with his head. That's because he was a tall bloke, bullet header, knew where the goal was with his head. That's what we signed him for. When he played, that's what we did. And he did score some vital Champions League goals in that season. Didn't score many goals in the league, but again, he was always behind Vardy and he was always catered to his strengths by Slimani's. The thing is, if you're going to play Edouard, you completely change the context of how Leicester have been playing recently, Chris. And I know it's only one win, it's only one result that changes it, but you feel like you've seen slightly better football, barring I'd say the Fulham game and probably half of that Palace game. We have seen the improvements on there. That's the thing that I worry about. At least with Daka, like you said, linked with Everton, you're going to get a pace merchant, which is what Vardy does. And that's what the team's catering to right now. Someone who runs in behind the defence. And that's something that we just won't get with Edouard. You're going to have to supplement Edouard up there with a strike partner, not on his own. Otherwise, you just change our dynamic.
Tom, sorry to cut in there, Brad. Tom is back. Overall, looking at this team, this, like I said before, it's a it's a must-win game, or is it more of a mustn't-lose game? Would you be happy with the point?
I tell you what, Chris, I think it's one of those where a point might not be an awful thing in the grand scheme of things, but it is important for us to aim for the 3 because back-to-back wins can do a lot for us, in dragging them back into it as well. Yeah. If we give them way too much now, it could be very difficult, I think. So I think it's a game we really need to try and go out there and grab by the scruff of the neck and get the 3 points. But yeah, I mean, it goes back to the Ipswich game, doesn't it? When we nicked a point and I think we probably needed 3 here. So it's one of those where have we already lost those chances to give away certain points? And now we need the 3 points, really. So I think we need to win. And what I was going to say, mate, I'll probably have to call it because it keeps kicking me out. I don't want to ruin the show any more than I have been. Right. And I want to say thank you to Brad for being here. I'll work out what's going on. And next time this won't happen. Would it be all right if you guys carry on without me?
Yeah, of course it will. Yeah. Take care, buddy.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
No worries.
Cheers, guys.
Brad, the obvious question then is, are you free at half time?
Yes, I will be free at half time. Don't you worry. I can come and save the day.
We'll leave Tom out at half time and we'll try and get Tom to sort his problems out.
If I would suggest to Tom, when I've had the issue before, maybe just try and not come on the camera because it just makes the computer run, He's not focusing on trying to do that.
Yeah, I think it's a must-win game, says Scott. Actually, at least a draw. I mean, to my mind, it's us 5 basically. Southampton, Ipswich. I'm just going to get the table up here. Wolves, Leicester, Everton, Palace, although they are dropping down a bit. West Ham still in there. Spurs, we think, will probably come clear. It just keeps Everton within striking distance, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does, Chris. And that's obviously what you want. I think we can safely say that Southampton are not a threat. I just don't think they've had any rebuff from the demoralising start and, the change of manager. Although, ironically, today...
Carry on for a minute again, Brad, because I don't know what's gone wrong. My whole system's...
I just saw the spinny thing come up there. They could, ironically, Southampton could do us a favour today. They are playing Ipswich, so if they win there, that's something to go on. I don't think it's a must-win. It'd be nice to win, and obviously it'd be brilliant to win, and I think it creates that gap and that image sort of that Leicester are a lot more safer and have a lot more breathing space going into a run of tough fixtures. We've got like Arsenal coming up after the FA Cup as well, obviously. Because for me, I don't think we've done too bad, Chris. We've kind of done the reverse of what we did when we got relegated in the 2022-23 season, where we got the odd random win against teams we shouldn't have beat, but then we lost to Southampton twice, lost to Everton, only drew with them at home, etc., etc. Whereas this season, right, before this game, and this could all go wrong for us today, we could lose and it looked bad, but we have drawn with Crystal Palace, we have beaten and drawn with Tottenham, we have drawn with Everton, we have beat Southampton, we have drawn with Ipswich. Now, yes, we would have liked a few more wins, and maybe today we can make that a win against Everton, and it looks a lot more honky-dory. Minus Wolves, which was an absolute shit show in its own right, we've picked up the points against teams we've needed to. We've not dropped any points. When we beat Ipswich, the gap stayed didn't get any greater, but they didn't catch up to us. Same with Southampton in the early stages. So I would take a draw right now. And if Wolves and Ipswich lose or draw, then again, it's nothing ventured, nothing gained. Maybe a point on Wolves, but we
Everton's
still...
team there, what do you think of Everton's team? Pickford, O'Brien, Tarkowski. Him as well, both of them. Brantwell, Mikalenko, Garner, Garnier, Decore, Lindstrom, Indai, and Beto, whatever you want to call him.
I think, to be honest with you, Everton fans will be looking at it going, minus a few names in there, it's a pretty dog water team. There's a reason they're in trouble every season, Chris. I mean, the obvious stands out are probably Pickford, probably Decore. That's it. You know, I don't know enough about Everton to know how well these players do on a week-to-week basis. I mean,
all right. Well, let me take this another way to you then. Kicking off at 3 o'clock at the same time, Ipswich Town are hosting Southampton. Now, do we want Southampton to beat Ipswich? I mean, I think we would probably say Southampton are down anyway, so does a 3 point, but you never know. 3 points to them might, just give them a burst. But having said that, I think they're that far behind now. Or do we want to draw? I mean, I think an Ipswich win is the last thing we want. What would you like from that game?
I'm inclined to agree with you. I would take a draw right now, even if we weren't to get a point from this game or more. I'd still think a draw would be good because Ipswich would be kicking themselves, thinking they're in that position now where a draw or a loss against Southampton, Leicester's, your Wolves, and that is points dropped in their opinion because they're in the relegation zone. Had we not beat Tottenham, drawing this game would be dropping points because we were out, we'd be away from safety. Being the team that's out of the relegation zone, suddenly the dynamic changes. I would actually take a Southampton win because, like you said, Chris, they're on 6 points. This will only take them to 9. They will still be.
I'm going to cut you down there quickly because the teams are coming out.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm just going to say that you've actually gone for Southampton winning the prediction league.
I have.
Wayne went for a draw. He went for a Desmond. I went for 2 Desmonds this week, but not on this one. Although I don't want it, I have gone for an Ipswich win. Brad, I will see you at halftime, sir. I'll leave you logged in and just join us at halftime. And thanks very much, and I will see you then. Thanks for being on.
Yeah, no worries. If you know how to do the avatar thing, do it for us, Chris. But until then, it'll just be that bad.
Yeah, no, that's fine at the moment. Yeah, not a problem, mate. Take care. Here we go.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watch-Along Show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all? So here we go. Oh, nervous? Tense, nervous headache? Yes. More so than against Tottenham, I think I'm nervous. Probably because we've just beaten Tottenham. And therefore, when we beat Oxford, I keep saying Oxford, when we beat QPR, I expected us to then go on and win the next game. So, but like we always say, it's the hope that kills us, isn't it? Once the match starts, then I may... I've lost the sound again. What has happened? Nope, the sound has definitely gone again, which was what happened before, if you remember. Just bear with me, guys. It comes and it goes. Technology sucks. It so does. It so does. I think I know what I've got to do, but I don't want to be doing it just before we kick off. So, Leicester team here, playing in our away black strip. Hermansen in goal, 4-2-3-1. Of course, you wouldn't expect anything different, would you? We've got Justin, we've got Faze, we've got Vestergaard, we've got Christensen. They're the back four. Coley, still no space for him at the moment. Then Winks and Sumari. Winks, I don't know whether I would stick with him or not. He's causing us a lot of problems. And then AU, Elkanous, Stakova Reed. I never thought I would be saying this, but guys, yeah, they did all right. And then obviously Jamie Vardy up front. And I've got the sound back. Here we go. Can we burst David Moyes? Yeah, Gray, I agree. No spoilers, please, guys. If I'm not replying to your questions, it's because I'm watching the match on this side. Bournemouth and Liverpool have already kicked off. They're 2 minutes in. So Everton are going to kick off. Everton in blue, tops, white shorts, white socks. Leicester are in there all black. Obviously, I'm a little bit behind time. And we are off. Everton from the kickoff have gone 1-0 up. Oh my God. Seriously? 20 odd seconds into the fucking game. And I'm sorry, my stream's fucked up. My other stream's not working. It's not syncing. I don't know what the hell is going on here. But everything is going tits up. But it is 1-0. Less than a minute. How embarrassing. And at the moment, my whole stream's gone down. So you'll have to bear with me, guys. At the moment, it's 1-0. I haven't got my link has gone, so I can't even tell you what's going on here. But unbelievably, after less than a minute, Decore scored the goal. Nate, if you can send me a link at all, that would be great. I mean, I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say. How bad can things get? I mean, how bad does it get? That's the question, isn't it? And it's just absolutely awful. There was some big wins for Everton over the years. It was I just 10 seconds. How it is that must be the fastest goal. It must be the fastest goal of the season. So Mad Hermanson on the ball at the moment. Take over Reed. James Justin has got it on the right. So Leicester throw in. At the moment, I can't tell you anything. Winks. Winks again. Too short a pass. Jim. Again, another fucking late pass by Leicester. Well done, Samare blocking there. Get Winks off. That's what I say. I tell you what, Jim. I don't sniff glue. I refuse to sniff glue. However, I do sniff WD-40 just to loosen me up, really. So it's 2-0. I've missed the second goal. What the fuck? Maybe we should have stuck with still our chicken goal. That was obviously while I was trying to get a link up. Well, Garner getting away from Sumari. Oh, Christensen blocking there. 2-0 within 7 minutes. I mean, what the fuck is going on, Leicester City? There's a goal kick that Hermanson takes. I'm totally, I don't know about you guys, I am in shock. To try in Leicester. All the other 3 o'clock games are 0-0s, by the way. Christensen on the ball. Samare with the ball. Can I come, Paul? I do. I don't know what we're doing, Paul, but it's certainly not playing football, is it? Cheers, buddy. stick over to Christensen. I mean, the only good thing, I suppose, if there is anything good from this, is that we've got the whole game to try and get this back. You know what, Jeff? Could be say well done to your son, but our back four is absolutely awful. Do you know what? I don't think we are. So, Nate, you are a gentleman. So Pickford with the goal kick. It is a bit leggy, I'm afraid. I'm not going to say I believe in this, but do you think it's down to the fact that have we actually won wearing black yet? You got 10 seconds of a decent match, did you? I said this was a must. Ball over the top for Leicester. Oh, Ayew was in, but he just couldn't quite play the ball to himself. It was a good move by Ayew, but Everton really making us look. Well, I'd like to say second best, but I don't think we've ever made it up to second best yet. I mean, they're just attacking at will here. I'm just amazed that it's still only 2-0. I mean, this Everton that I'm watching today, and it's a corner to Everton on the far side. Remember, Everton are kicking from right to left. This is Moyes' Everton. This is not Sean Dyche's Everton. You know, every time Everton come forward, I just worry. So it's a corner. Which comes to nothing. Mate, you're playing well. You're playing well. They did actually put the ball in the net for a third time there, but I think it was offside. Thank you, Mr. Linesman. "20 minutes gone, still only 2-0. Could have been 3 then. That's very true. There's a Leicester throw now. Don't think we can probably do anything with it. I think it's just been confirmed that it's the quickest ever goal. Jacoby Reed on the left. El Canoose. Can he do anything on the edge of the penalty box? Oh. It's another corner for Leicester. Southampton are gone 1-0 up against Ipswich. So no, if we're not going to get crosses in if there's nobody in the box. Pickford's had an easy game. He's had nothing to do. Absolutely nothing to do. I've just banned him, Gray. Thank you very much. I don't know. I think our back four are cursed, or we might just be shit. Deal with the corner so easily, Everton. Oh, and again, a poor attempt at a ball in there. I mean, he just didn't even. The ball was, Everton defender stood next to him and just kicked it against him. Yeah. Mate, I don't know you have my sympathy. Only 3 goals from corners Leicester have scored this season. Oh. Ayo with the shot. There was a near post. It was a poor corner. It was a daisy cutter. It came out. It was shot into the box towards the goal. It was an attempt. Let's just have a look. And then Christensen. It came out to Christensen after the shot was blocked. It was an effort. Got to say fair play to Christensen. Oh, did he get a touch on it, Pickford? So Everton go forward again. Bad defender, Leicester. Headed it out, but he goes straight to her. Oh, again, a lovely ball put in. And Leicester can't get it clear at the moment. It was a lovely, lovely ball put in by Everton, I've got to say. I think Everton just seemed better, Tony. Do you have a link at all, Tony, by any chance? Tell you what, David Moyes is smiling. Sure. I mean, I'm just looking at the goals. They're just repeating the goals, and they're embarrassing. From a defensive point of view, they are bloody well embarrassing. I mean, Liverpool 1-0 up at Bournemouth. Southampton still 1-0 up at Ipswich. Which all we can hope is that Aston Villa managed to do a job for Wolves. Looks like this is going to be a 4-horse race for relegation. Do you think it would be bad of me if I started supporting Forest? Do you think they'd welcome me? Like when a Labour politician or a Conservative politician changes party and walks across the floor. Do you think Tottenham would welcome me? Drink yourself to sleep. I've got it here ready to go, guys. It is absolutely unbelievable. And I tell you what, if there are no changes at half time, questions need to be asked. At 2-0 up, Everton haven't got to do anything. Let's be honest with you. All they've got to do is just let us play it around. I mean, Rude there, shrugging his shoulders. You need to do something, Rude. I don't know what Okoli's done. Like I say, I got annoyed when we first signed him and he wasn't very good in the pre-season, but hindsight's a wonderful thing. Nobody was any good pre-season. Let's be honest though, Ronald, if you were a fly on the wall, not one of these teams could swat you. Good run by Ayew. But again, he's lost the fucking ball. Three attempts from Everton, 2 on target, 2 from Leicester, none on target. If I don't laugh, Gray, I'll cry. I mean, apparently they had 3 shots against Brighton. Everton last week, only 1 was on target. Hermanson just kicks it straight out. That's a penalty, is it? No. Everton are demanding a penalty. The referee isn't interested. I mean, VAR will have a look at it. But would any other manager be able to do much with this shit? Really, would they? I think we just need to play the ball, Jim. Tony, mate, are you still in? Do you have a link, Tony, by any chance? You could email me. Yeah, I remember that, the old colour of the shirts. Oh, but the fans are right, prescient. And I'm not even getting excited when Leicester get the ball because I know we'll do fuck all with it. Has anybody got anything good to say about Leicester in today's performance? Samari arrives and Samari misses the ball. No. Oh, hit the post. Everton could have gone 3-1 up there, 3-0 up, I should say. I think a Manson got his hand to it as well. I mean, that's the thing, you know. But then again, when you look at Everton now and when they had Ipswich have equalised against Southampton, that's 1-1. It's all Everton. I mean, every time I look at the screen, it's just Everton. You need a fucking wind tunnel, Scott. Well, just 3 minutes on my clock. Leicester City would love a goal before half time. They're not going to get a goal before the end of the fucking season. Pickford, I think, by the way, is just. There's a bit of information here. I think it's a ploughman's, cheese ploughman's sandwiches that he's got on his picnic in the box because he's got fuck all else to do. Yeah, like I say, it's just totally and utterly embarrassing. They don't put a statue up. Hi, Jay. I don't think you'll be safe. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Georgie, I'd sooner have him on than Winks. I would go all out attack, Scott. 3-0. 3-0. What the fuck? Beto has got his second only Premier League start and he's got 2 fucking goals. Unfucking believable. Two centre halves again. I think we could just not turn up. Agent, I've got absolutely nothing to say. You know, I mean, I've got no defence. I really seriously haven't. If anybody's gone up, where was the fight? Where was anything? I wish I had an answer, Kingdoms. I wish I really did. I don't. Jerry Taggart can't believe what he's watching. Pickford's got it. Pickford, like I say, he must have put his picnic down. Liverpool, well, it's Bournemouth 0, Liverpool 1 at half time. I have to say, well done, Everton. Look, fantastic. I I'd like to say that you're the better team. An under sixes team would be better than us today. That's how bad we are. So I'm sorry. Yeah, well done, guys. You're playing well. Moyes, great appointment. Everton have obviously looked at Forest and thought, we can match that. When it's half time, it is half time. No signings isn't Mood's fault, Kingdoms. I don't know. You got to. I mean, could anybody do anything better than this? Gray, I'm sorry, sir. I only just seen this. Gray, you are a gentleman, sir. It's all half times. Look, earlier on, Nottingham Forest 7, Brighton 0, Bournemouth 0, Liverpool 1, Everton 3, Leicester 0, Ipswich 1, Southampton 1, Newcastle 1, Fulham 0. We will be back in a few minutes. Yeah, I just need to gather my thoughts. Oh, dear. Brad.
Go on, mate, Chris.
Did you actually manage to watch any of it?
Yeah. I wish I hadn't, but yeah.
Well, you have my sympathy because I've watched fuck all of it, to be honest. And maybe I was the lucky one.
Oh, you was the lucky one, Chris. You was the lucky one, because I wasn't sure if we were 3-0 down or I was just watching their first goal over and over and over and over again on a loop. But it turns out, no, we made the same mistake 3 times. And if you was laughing at Brighton for losing 7-0 today, we're lucky it's not 7-0 at half time. Stolarczyk should have played. Justin or Christensen or Thomas should have been the left back. We should go with Coley and Cody as a centre back. We should play the right back at right back. The midfield, I don't care anymore. Put whoever you want in there. Here's an idea, Chris. Here's a crazy idea, right? Let's say I'll give you 4 players. Let's go Samare and when he's fit and Ndidi in the middle 2, right? They've all been garbage today, negative 10s, no man of the matches. Let's just decide that right now, right? But against Arsenal, Samare and Ndidi, the middle 2, and let's do this crazy thing, Chris, where we go Borna as a right number 10 and El Canus as the left number 10. Sod wingers, forget them, because we've got an old age pension on the right, an old age pension on the left. We've got an old age pensioner all fucking night. That's what it is, right? That's what we've got, Chris. So let's go 2 quick players behind our. Hear me out here, Chris. Behind our 2 strikers. Get Vardy and Daka both on that pitch. Can we play Spurs again, Chris? Please. We'll play Spurs again, because I'm beyond fuming. I'm beyond caring as well. It could be 7 and they deserve it. If we lose 9 or 10-0 today, we absolutely deserve it. We have been awful.
Can't argue. I've got absolutely nothing to give there. I literally, it froze when we went 1-0 down, which was the quickest goal, I think, ever in Premier League history. So another record, Leicester. Well done. And I was just trying to sort that out when the second one went in. I mean, what the fuck is FaZe doing at our club?
No, I tell you what, Chris, I'm glad you said an individual there. I'm not blaming FaZe. I'm not blaming Vestergaard. I'm not blaming Hamadson. I'm not blaming Justin. I'm not blaming Christensen. I'm blaming every single one of them. The midfield included. And the only one I don't blame is Jamie Vardy. And maybe El Canus, because they're forward men. The midfield stood still. The midfield opened the way for them to play the ball over the top. Every single defender went like this. And why, Chris? Why, Chris? Why? Because I don't know if Rude's aware of this, but our number 1 hasn't played in over a month. He's lost quickness. He's lost alertness. Now, I'm not saying Stolarczyk would have stopped them chances, but he might have wiped him out and gave away a penalty in the first one. Stolarczyk would have come out and tried to make himself big and done something and maybe stopped at least one of them goals. Everton deserve to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-0 up. Right? Let's get that fact straight. But why are you putting in a goalkeeper that hasn't kicked a ball for over a month and has done some basic training for a week? That's the man we've hired, and that's the man we apparently actually wanted over Cooper. Are you having a laugh with me, board? Are you actually joking me that this is actually the man you wanted all along? And you were just hoping that other results will keep going our way for the end of the season. And when we get relegated, which we clearly will, because Spurs was clearly the most obvious one-off I've ever seen in all my life, right? That you'll sit there at the end of the season thinking, oh, we would have got away with it too if it wasn't for them meddling kids and their dumb ability to win games. Shocking. Shocking. We can only make 5 subs, Chris. I would make 11. I really would.
Can you read my notes here? Because my next question was, have we got enough subs that we're allowed to make? You fucking know. How did you know I was going to say that next?
Oh, well, mate, after that first half performance, it ain't exactly. You don't need to have an IQ of 140 to know that. You really don't, mate. That whole team needs... It's almost like, Chris, it's almost like we've got an absolute incompetent knobhead in charge that doesn't know how to get a transfer through, even though we've said we needed more money, got more money, and still haven't got transfers through. I don't know where the actual problem lies, because there seems to be that many problems, Chris, that we can't decide who's to blame more. I mean, we tried it on a percentage scale, didn't we? And we couldn't even agree on that. Ronald, that would be the most time they spent on the pitch with the ball at them if they did that. If they went onto the pitch, that would be the most time Leicester touched the ball in the second half if he actually got them on the pitch now and gave them a team talk.
I just don't know where I just don't know where to go with this. I mean, do you just go for it and say, sod this, book it, 5 substitutions? Yeah. Do you give the kids from now on for the next however many games, do you give the kids a chance to play? That back 4 is absolutely... And I'm coming up, we can talk about the midfield. Why the fuck is Wink still in there? He can't seem to know how much weight to put on a pass. The only thing that he's good at when he's passing is wind, because he can't follow through because he doesn't know how much wind to let out. I mean, do you not just sack that whole entire back 4 off? Thomas couldn't do any worse than this. We've got a new centre-back, a new right-back, that is nowhere to be seen.
Chris,
it can't be any worse than this pair.
I tell you what, I've only got 5 subs, right? I've got the same legal amount as Ruud van Nistelrooy. The result's gone. The result's dead and buried. So here's my subs that I'm making, right? I'm taking Vestergaard and Faze off. I'm putting Ecoli and Cody on. I'm taking Justin off. I'm throwing him in the bin. Right, I'm getting him sent to Merseyside skip. I'm putting Koulibaly on. So there's 3 subs I've used already. I'd be tempted to put Stellacic on, but he doesn't deserve to be in the wave of this absolute battering. Right, Madsen, should be there. All right, so there's my 3 subs. I'm taking RU and I'm taking Dakova Reed off.
The players that we said at the start were actually deserved the place.
Well, in 6 minutes, Chris, let alone the last goal at the end there, in 6 minutes they chucked that away, right? They deserved it. They chucked it away, right? So I've made 3 of the back 4 changes. So my other 2 subs, RU off, Dakova Reed off. We're going 4-2-2-2, where the 2 in the middle can go out wide if necessary. I'm putting Buonanotte on and I'm putting Daka on. And I'm going 2 up front. I'm going El Canous and Buonanotte behind them 2 in 8s and 10s, if you will, or whatever numbers they are for them roles that people go for shirt numbers, what's supposed to be. They're going to play in behind them. We've got Samare and Windbag Winks, right? Because I can't make a 6th sub, otherwise I would. So
just quickly run through your subs again.
So, off Vestergaard, Faze, Justin, Ayew, Bobby Dakova Reed. On.
So Vestergaard. Sorry, who was off? Sorry, Vestergaard.
Faze. Justin.
Yeah. Ayew.
Reed.
Question then is, okay, so who do you bring on?
Ecoli.
Yeah.
Cody.
Yeah.
Our actual fucking right back, Koulibaly.
Oh, the £1.3 million player, yeah.
Yeah, him, yeah.
Yeah.
Buonanotte.
Yeah.
Patson Daka. formation change 4-2-2-2.
Well, that would be. No, I'm not questioning any of those at all.
Just let you know, mate, that's exactly how I'm doing it.
I was just thinking then. I was just trying to work out what you were doing. I just don't think whatever we do, everybody's saying sack Rude. I mean, if anybody else was to come in, could they do any better with this team?
No, it's almost like, Chris, we needed to actually have the funds available that we lied about.
Yes.
You know, instead of being so desperate to get a relatively inexperienced manager, and I know PSV did well, but again, it's the Dutch league, right? He's relatively experienced, and if he can come to this club before he signs a contract and go, yes, but I need a right back, a centre back, a winger, a midfielder, and an attacker, instead of going, oh, yeah, of course, Root. Yeah, we'll give you everything we can. We can't, but we'll just say it's getting through the door, right? We should have gone, you're going to have to see who you don't want then and get rid of them early doors in the window, because that's going to be a struggle. You can get one, maybe two, without any help, but you're going to need to decide from your squad who you don't need and who you want to try and get rid of to get money in. Because almost like honesty is the best policy, isn't it, Chris? That's what they say.
Well, they say that. What Dyche would sort out your defence. No, I don't think Jesus could sort out our defence.
I don't think Jurgen Klopp, Arne Slot, Jose Mourinho, and bloody Pep Guardiola put together could get our defence to defend.
No, the players are coming out. I don't know why, mate.
Got it right there, mate. Our team has no energy at all.
Well, the team are coming out. I'm not going to put the clock up because, to be quite honest with you, it keeps. I don't know if you've got a link, Tony, but it keeps freezing on me. So, mate, I'll see you at full time and let's carry this rant on.
Yeah, because it ain't going to get any better, Chris. I'll see you at full time, mate.
All right, mate. Cheers. It is awful. It really is. I mean, I cannot disagree with anything there that Brad has said. I really can't. Oh, let me just. I can hear Brad in the background there. Well, the teams are out. Vestergaard is still on. I can see him. Vardy's still on. El Canoe's going to take the City are in black. And it goes all the way back to Mads Hermansen. Let's see if we can hold on longer than It's the fourth fastest goal in Premier League history. Now, if we could do what we did against Tottenham and get a couple of early goals, I don't think this side are that bad, to be honest with you. So it's 3-0 and it's a corner to Leicester. 3 corners each. That's something we're holding our own on. Christensen with the corner. It's a high one into the box. Dealt with. Oh, El Canoe spots it back in. But can't get it. It got stuck under our toes there. All the way back to Hermanson, who's almost on the halfway line. So it's played back to Pickford. I see Everton in their blue and white with the white socks and the kicking from left to right. Leicester in this strip, the black strip, kicking right from left, and are currently 3 goals down. Free kick to Everton. So free kick on the far side, midway into the Leicester half. It's all gone over everybody. Wasted free kick there for Everton.
Goal, holding off the challenge, using his strength, trying to play a 1-2, didn't quite receive it back from playing the throw. It will go away.
Oh, free kick to Leicester. Not sure why. So it's a throw in for Leicester on the far side, almost on the halfway line. 5 minutes gone in this second half. Ball over the top. Oh, Sumari won it, but he didn't win it fairly, and it's a free kick to Everton. Everton. Oh, that's going to be a free kick to Everton. Right in the near the corner flag. Like I say, Leicester are kicking right to left, so they're defending the goal to our right, and it's the far corner flag. Number 19 there got a free kick. I mean, this could just end up being embarrassing. Oof. We managed somehow to keep it out. How, I don't know. No substitutions from either side at half time. Vardy was closing the goalkeeper down there. Pickford, but he managed to get it out and up to the halfway line, and Everton come forward again. And it's another free kick. Faze this time giving it away. Darren Bond here. He's letting absolutely nothing go. I mean, we've actually had more possession. 52.3% possession. Our expected goal is 0.08. That's how bad we are. Oh, Beto's away. Oh, Vestergaard fell over his own arse there. It's the pace again for Vestergaard. I don't think it'll be that early, Gray. So playing it across the back four, which is exactly what we need to do at 3-0 down. Definitely not a spoiler, Gloves. Definitely not a spoiler. I think we know. Coming forward again, Everton. Oh, thankfully they give it away. Vardy's just up on his own. What is the point? I was actually doing something decent there and putting the ball out. We won't, Gray. We absolutely won't. We don't look like we're going to do anything in this second half. You know, we came out against Spurs. We actually looked like we were about to do something. There is nothing I'm seeing here that convinces me we could actually win this, or actually even get a point, or actually even get a goal. Oh, they've got the freedom of Goodison Park on that far side. Where the fuck is Justin? Oh, they're just making us look like you go out for a corner. They're just making us look like we're kids. It's a corner on the far side at the Gladys Street end. Oh, Tarkovsky got his head on it. No, it wasn't. It was Braithwaite, I think. And we went over the top, thank God. Ronald. Vestergaard is off. Daka and Koulibaly are on. No, it's not Koulibaly, so it's a Coley. Yeah, why are we playing one up front? Coley's on the ball now. Vestergaard tries to play it forward, but it is easily read and easily cut out by Everton, who play it very nicely out the back. Everton still hungry for a fourth. And at the moment, Leicester can't get it away. Has an Everton player gone down? Christensen's looking very red. I don't know whether it's because he's been running a lot or because he's embarrassed. Leicester fans are singing. Top is there. What will Top be thinking? Hermansen out to Faze, who goes, tries to pass it through. Leicester players foul from behind, and we get a free kick. Quickly taken here. Coley on the ball. Christensen on this near side. Looking to play it up and over the top to absolutely nowhere. Again, an absolutely rubbish ball. He just played the ball to absolutely nobody. I mean, yeah, this will break it up to 9 points. They'll be ahead of us. This was one that we need. Like I say, couldn't afford to lose. We're actually now down to 18th in the table on goal difference. Thank you, Vestergaard. Thank you, Faze. So Leicester at the moment, Newcastle 1, Fulham 1. I would do more commentary if the players on the pitch would do fucking more. Well, it's a foul. Christensen trying to do some defending there. That will go out for an Everton throw-in. Nothing is going Leicester's way, but look, how often have we said that this season? Nothing's gone our fucking way all season. But you've got to work, you've got to put the effort in to get things to go your way. Samare. And we lose it again. Oh, fuck off, referee! Referee's as bent as a circle. And I don't mean bent in the coot way. I mean bent in he's taking bribes. He must be. He must be. We could have 425 minutes left, Tony, with this referee and this team. It won't make any fucking difference whatsoever. A throw in. Yeah, it's a corner to Leicester. Actually, you reminded me, Keith. I forgot. Here we go. Listen to this. Best sound of the afternoon. Never had one of these before. The pint can. That's very nice, actually. Pumpton Oaks cider. Only 5%. Richardson and Hermanson clearing up at the back for Leicester. And they deserve to have a party. I mean, Beto, he's played twice this season. Oh, Faye's making himself useful for once. Playing it risky at the back, but very calmly El Canoes with Madsen Manson. Christensen a bad ball. It goes past Samari, but it's with El Canoes. Has anybody seen Winks today? Has anybody seen Winks? Because I haven't. Oh, he's up. No, that's El Canoes again. Samari gets a free kick. Don't worry, guys. We won't do anything with it. "20 minutes left." Stop the match. Not because we're winning, because we're fucking losing. James Justin, Dakova Reed, AU. Surely this is going to be El Canoe. No, AU's holding the ball. What's the referee doing? I don't think this is going to be worth it. You went for the goal straight at the wall. Well, that was worth waiting for, wasn't it, Jordan? Good ball in. Daka took a shot, but it was straight down the throat of Pickford, who's shouting at one of his defenders. I've got to say, fair play to Christensen for getting the ball in. At least it was a shot on target. Yeah, he tried to bend it, but it was never going to bend. Was never going to bend it like Beckham. Decore now. Leicester all over the place. Oh! Matt saves with his legs. We're not that good, Gray. Lindstrom's off. Ashley Young's coming on now. That takes the average age of the players on the pitch up. Makes a couple of ours look like spring chickens. Cheers, everybody. Another Leicester change coming up after this corner. No change for the corner. Goes out, but it's only going back to the corner taker. He's going to bump it back in again. Again. Can't even control the fucking ball. Oh. It could have been 4. It could have been 4, 5, 6, 7. Mavadidi is on. Just not sure the other substitutions at the moment. Dakova Reed is off. And Mavadidi is on. Again, another. I'm now hoping, in hope that Southampton can hold on. Liverpool have gone 2-0 up against Bournemouth. Matthew, you're a good man, sir. Thank you. And thank you earlier to Gray as well. Gray and Matthew, I really do appreciate your support. Thank you. Corner comes in for Leicester. Fucking awful. It's out for a goal kick. The Leicester fans there are chanting, "We are going down." Totally on the ball. Mavid, lovely ball to Mavididi there. Was that phased? Gets a corner. Another wasted corner. Yes. It's another corner. Well, we're piling the corners up. Fulham, Newcastle United 1, Fulham 2. Top looks like he's about to cry. "11 attempts for Everton, 6 for Leicester. 5 on target for Everton, 1 for Leicester." Enjoy it, Ronald. Enjoy it. Mavididi and Ayo. Oh, for fuck's sake. What's that gone out for now? Substitution here. Garner going off for Everton. So, guys, we don't publicise other sites on here. Just keep an eye on it, please, Gray. Pickford keeps it on the line there. Another clean sheet probably for Everton here. Southampton have gone 2-1 up at Ipswich. So it's Ipswich 1, Southampton 2. So Southampton start on a run. We could actually end up bottom. Would Everton make another substitution? Seven minutes. I think they're on 6 LCFC, so this will give them 9. Oh, I see what you mean. They're on 7 because of the draw, yeah. And we're playing it around at the back again. I don't think if we scored, I don't think I'd celebrate now. What's the point? Christensen over the top for Mavididi to chase. And I just noticed my clock's gone back. We're 5 minutes now, plus please don't let there be any stoppage time. I don't think I can put up with any more of this shit. Oh, it's a free kick to Everton. Oh, Wink's got a mention. And guess what? It was a fucking awful pass to Hermerson. Mavididi to Akoli. Oh, and then Winks gives it away because he's fucking shit. He can't even play a 3-yard fucking pass. Wanker Winks, get him off. Yeah, it's another free kick. Well done, Mr. Bond. We're making another substitution, David Moyes. Another shot there from Harrison. Thanks, by the way, Tony. Only just seen your email. Thank you. It's 4-0. It's 4-0. Say that though, we've gone down 4-0. Five. Is it? No, that's the fourth one they're showing again. I just it's finished Newcastle 1, Fulham 2. That's 4-0, and to be honest with you, it could have been 8-9. How bad has this been? Please, referee, blow the final whistle. Put us out of our misery. There it is, full time. What a load of fucking shit. Seriously? And I really, 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 really don't. Even Southampton won today. Look, there's loads of comments I've got to catch up on. I'm going to do that, but to be honest with you, I need to go and buy a Nottingham Forest shirt, I think. We'll be back with a full-time post-match roundup straight after I've gone and pissed my my can of cider up the wall. I'm not saying I'd sooner watch Nottingham Forest. I've put red on. Read into that what you will. What a fucking load of shite. Absolutely embarrassing. Embarrassing to say that a team that I have supported all my life can put a performance in like that. Apparently, tomorrow we are going to be renamed. You know, like Vincent Tan. I know it was the Hull, wasn't it? Hull City that wanted to rename their club Hull Tigers under a previous owner. Apparently, we're going to change ours to Billy Smart Circus, which would be very apt because we're owned by a clown, we're managed by a clown, and we have a team full of clowns. Although I could apologise. Allegedly, because, you know, I don't want to upset any clowns that are watching in, because they would probably look at that and go, don't, you know. At least there's a point about clowns. They're there to make you laugh. What is the point of those wankers that have been out on the pitch? Biggest load of shite I have seen. Everybody's saying we're a championship team. We're not that good. I'm shouting that loud. Me sound sensitive clock has gone off. Let's just. Gray said he's off. Too embarrassing to talk. Exactly. Everton used our defenders as a 1-2 practice dummies. Again, that's an insult to dummies. Pataru Spirit was the team. We'd lose 2-0. We'd lose. We wouldn't be any better with him in. One player's not going to make all the difference. Rabbitman, LCFC, Ipswich Town made too many championship players. We bought shite. Well, you lost the course today as well. Craig, just want to say thanks to you, Chris. Keep up the good work. And you wonder why I'm on antidepressants. Hi, Chris. That was bad, very bad, all over the pitch. It was. I don't blame you, Gray. Yeah, I don't blame Gray at all. Not good enough. We'll watch the rants on catch up. Take care, Jeff. Look after yourself. Can the season end, please? To be honest with you, I don't know. And I haven't even looked at the table. That's how disgusted I am. If the season ends now, you're down. We actually managed to stay out of the bottom because Southampton have gone up to 9 points, only 2 points off the record. You better not buy a Flourish shirt. Mate, why not? The Premier League is sick. If the newly promoted teams have no chance of staying up, then what is the point? It's only been 2 seasons. At least one of the 3 teams usually stays up. It's just the last 2 seasons we've had shite teams, including ourselves. James, I totally agree. Us, Ipswich, shite town, lost to the Saints. Looking forward to Championship. No, we'll see you there, mate. We'll see you there. James, Everton fan, welcome along. Friend of the channel. Commiserations to you guys today. Wasn't expecting that at all today. Big 3 points we needed. Hope you guys do stay up. Rude for me isn't the man to keep you guys up. Hi, Chris. Chris, hello, mate. How you doing? Leicester Slugs has a ring to it. Again, are we insulting Slugs? Did I miss much? I took the kids out to the park. Lend me your kids. Lend me your kids, Scott. Then I can take them out. We are. Yeah, we want Villa to do us a favour. Take the W away from our worst centre half since Jimmy Willis. Yeah, not sure. Okay, let's get the guys in. I don't think they're all here, but we'll see who's in. And we'll try and make sense of the biggest load of shite that we've seen all season. For me, it was the worst performance. I don't think we were that bad under Steve Cooper, were we? You tell me. Guys, hello. Good evening. Well, say good evening.
I mean, say, what's good about it?
Absolutely nothing. It's like, you remember that song? Wasn't it a song? Leicester, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, that was War, wasn't it? But I mean, it might as well have been the same. Look, let's go around. Brad, we had a rant at half time. Look, let's go straight to Wayne. Was that the worst we've played all season?
You're on mute again, Wayne. You're classic at it. You're on mute.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry about that, lads. I was saying, yeah, I only watched the last 30 minutes. That's all I could get. But Philbert Fox certainly wasn't jumping around for joy, it sounded like.
Not at all. I was pretty much like you. I only saw the second half, really. Jim.
The worst we played this year. The worst. We stunk it up. It was embarrassing. I was texting with Wayne and Brad and Tom during the match. It was just embarrassing. It really was.
I mean, I tell you what, I'm not. I'll tell you this now. I am not doing a man of the match. Because if anybody there, the three of you guys, can tell me who the man of the match would be, because I don't think anybody deserves it.
David Moyes. I think David Moyes does, because he's the one who put his team together and ready to play. It made a difference.
Our fans for paying that gross amount of money to go and watch that utter dross.
It was dross, wasn't it?
Yep. It's almost like we shouldn't have played certain players and got completely exposed for having a 95-year-old Vestergaard at the back with zero pace.
Did you see him get thrown down to the floor on that one play when the guy dribbled by?
He got sat down. I said, my housemate's a Newcastle fan, so at least I got some joy out of watching them lose as well, right? And obviously, you know, by some miracle, Southampton actually got that winning feeling and kept us out of the relegation zone, even though we don't deserve to be. But Vestergaard had his pants pulled down, pulled back up, given a wedgie, span around, given a swirly in the home dressing room, taken back out and had his pants pulled down before the game was even kicked off. Completely out of his depth in this one, and it's Ruud's fault. Who plays a high line with a 34-year-old defensive centre-back that cannot use his pace? We were 3-0 down when he went, maybe I should have started with faster players. Akoli and oh, you're actually the right back I signed. Oh, mate, get on. So sorry, mate. Forgot we signed you because we haven't signed anybody. Ruud takes as much as the blame as the players do for day. He got everything wrong. The system, the high line, the lineup. Awful.
I mean, Wayne, you don't know what you're doing. I don't know if I heard that or not. I heard Leicester fans singing "We Are Going Down." I'm sorry, if you are a decent manager, after 10, 11 games, you work out that the players you've got cannot play to your system. So until you can get players in, and that might be the year 25-25 to quote a song, you play to a system that suits the players you've got. That I'm saying is a decent manager, not saying that Ruud van Nistelrooy is a decent manager.
Yeah, I mean, that's trouble with the high line with Vestergaard. Those two just do not go together, do they? Pure and simple. And I'm just glad that we've only got another 6 months of Vestergaard's contract left, actually. You know, because
we've got longer than that, haven't we?
I'm pulling your leg.
We stupidly gave him a contract extension for doing well in the Championship. So maybe we should let that run out so we can keep him for next season when he'll do some good.
Yeah.
Chris,
I mean, Vestergaard is great on the ball, but he's not quick enough.
we were outplayed, we were outcoached, and Chris changed to your jersey. I put this on because this is what we play like, a championship team. We do not play like a Premier League team.
Jim, do you think, I mean, Everton on 26 points now. I know we've still got games left, but we are it's 3 of 4 now, isn't it?
3 or 4 what, Chris?
that are back for those 3 places.
I don't know what you mean. Go ahead.
Well,
there's 3 teams out of the 4 of us. Back
Absolutely.
Southampton are out of it on 9 points, and it's
absolutely. No, absolutely. And this was the opportunity. This was the opportunity, and we blew it. And we didn't just blow it. We blew it badly.
4-0, Brad. I'll say it again because I can't believe it. 4-0. It could have been a lot more embarrassing, couldn't it?
Yeah, to think it's about 2 o'clock this afternoon we were laughing at Brighton. Well, we deserve more than Brighton. We deserve 8-0. We deserve to be having the same record put against us that we did when we played Southampton. It should have been 9, Chris. We were dreadful from start to finish. You know that sentiment we said at the start, we don't change a winning side? Well, there is... Apart from being forced to stick with a few players because we've got no other options there, Chris, I would pretty much rip that team apart. And I would do, Chris, call me crazy here because I probably am, but I would do what Nigel Pearson did when we were in the shit and he kept changing the back line and the back 3 with a back 5 and a back 4 over time. I would go sticking. Here's my 11. Barring injuries, this is the team. This is the formation. This is the team. This is my best players. We're going out there to stay up in this division. Because that's what Pearson did, didn't he, Chris? He made that last change in formation, that last change to the lineup, and we never saw any of the players get dropped from the start to 11 because we went and won like 8 out of that last 11 games or something ridiculous like that. Right now, these couldn't get 8 out of 11 points, 8 to 11 points out of another 40 games this season. I mean, thank the lucky stars, Chris, that I get to join you with a point this week on a predictions league, at least a point because of Southampton, because nobody else let me down.
Actually, not sure I've even got a point, to be honest with you.
No, you got one from the Forest game, didn't you?
Yeah, that's one. I think Wayne got one.
2. Oh, he got 1 as well, did he?
Oh, no, he got 2 because he got the Liverpool score right. Yeah.
Oh, Wayne, you're on top of the world, mate. Me and Chris were 1, you did 2. Well, I tell you what, lads, between even as individuals and together, we've still got more points than Leicester managed today, haven't we?
the things you do to find a little bit of joy out of a dismal Saturday afternoon.
Indeed. I've got to say cheers to everybody. Not a good day to give up drinking. It's also, as somebody said earlier, it's not a good afternoon to give up sniffing glue. I don't like
WD-40.
Yes, that's coming. I like to sniff WD-40 just to loosen me up. Thank you. I'll keep saying that joke until somebody actually laughs. Wayne, there's the table. Like I said, it's look, Tottenham ain't going to go down. Well, we say that, but I wouldn't think they would. Everton, what a diff! I mean, out of all the manager changes that have happened, that's the one that's worked best because that Everton side today made us look stupid.
Yeah, they look solid throughout. They're really good and athletic. Decore is such a... I think I joked about how Samari can do a job on Decore, but... Sorry, Brad. But all the way through the team, they really look after the ball well. They're very tidy with the ball, playing out from the back, very organised, and that's 3 wins on the bounce. I do think Spurs, I think they could get dragged into it. But luckily, after 7 losses, like we all said, the fact that we still weren't in the bottom 3 was amazing. And then Southampton do us another favour. So we kind of, it's like Christmas come early for us because it's only by the grace of other teams being crap, like Ipswich, you know, that we're out the bottom 3. And that is a worrying thing because we've lost 8 out of the last 9. So, yeah, very worrying.
Chris, if you don't mind me interjecting on that, just have a question to you. This will go to you as well, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah. Forget the financial implications right now. Would it actually take the financial implications of getting relegated and on just this perspective? Would it actually not be better for Leicester to go down, clear out more deadwood, get more deadwood off our wage bill, than rely on staying up in this division by having 3 teams way shitter than 17 points. Because I think right now, scary enough, 25 points might keep you up the way us 4 are doing things. And I am worried that if we are is it like the Trojan horse? If Leicester stay up because Ipswich and Southampton and Wolves can't get it together, that actually it's more detrimental to Leicester. It's actually worse for Leicester, because I think the teams that come up from the Championship next season, they're not going to be struggling to get 17 points come February. They'll be on 25, 26. This would relegate you 80 times out of 100 in this division right now. I'm just wondering, Chris.
I'll go first with that, because I'll say 2 words to you. Nottingham Forest. They stayed up by the skin of their teeth because there was 3 worse teams. They even got points deducted and they managed to stay up. Look at them now. They stayed up last season with the lowest points that anybody has ever stayed up, 32 points. I did this with, and I'm not that clever, but I happened to do this yesterday with Craig on the preview. 32 points. They were awful, but they stayed up. Look at them now. If we stay up, we've probably got more options of what we can do. We can decide that Rude's maybe not the man, or maybe Rude will have that bit of time to then go and prove himself right. I mean, look, who thought that Nuno would be doing what he's doing with Forest? So, yeah, I mean, that's my thoughts. Jim, what do you think?
I think we'd have a tough time getting 32 points. I just the way the team played today. I mean, I agree with you. I did see the stats you put up yesterday when you were talking to Craig, but I just think we're going to have a tough time getting 32, because the things we said we needed to do was to continue to beat the bottom dwellers, to beat the teams around us, and we blew another chance. I don't know. It's going to be difficult, and if we do go down, maybe it would clear things up. But I mean, I don't know. I try to be the glass half full and positive, but they really put a dent in my positivity today. Just the way they played. They were lifeless, toothless foxes, not fearless, toothless.
Well,
and it is frustrating.
I mean, Peter says there, foxes never quit. I mean, Peter, could you please tell that to the squad? Because I've not seen one of those players there that actually hasn't quitted. I think they are all in shite. I'm sorry, it's as simple as that. Would you say there's anybody on that team there that was any good, Wayne?
No, what Brad said, I get what Brad says. And although a lot of younger fans are fearful of going down in the Championship, all teams go through a rebuild. It's something that historically happens. Things go wrong, you rebuild, and then you come back again. But the only thing I would say in that is not next season in the Championship, because we will get absolutely battered by the EFL. I do think our club struggle to sign people. I think we're doing a harder line with signing people and not giving stupid wages away and stupid contracts. I think Rude's quite pragmatic in that way, and hopefully that's the way the club's heading. The disappointing thing for today was that we had really good fighting spirit last week. We really had to fight hard to get that result, although Spurs were poor. Whereas this, it seems like we've capitulated. To lose 4 goals in a game that's so important, if you lose 2-1, fair enough, but 4-0, that is very worrying, and that's on Rude, really. That is on Rude and the players.
Brad, should you not be changing the, like I said earlier, the team to, the formation, the tactics, the suit, the players that you've got?
Yeah, I'll say it. I've been saying it for weeks, and I'll say it even after the Spurs game, and I'll say it again. We need to stop catering to the need of one and start catering to the need of many. Because if we was to put it out there that we are only feeding one player's strength, The rest of them will be starving and begging for food on the streets because they don't get any service that suits their style of play. And that is the magical man, the GOAT, the club legend, Jamie Vardy. We need to stop. We need to stop. And I remember a brief period where Brendan Bellend Rodgers had a brain fart, right? And for some reason, he thought, I'm going to play this system with 2 strikers up front. And Daka and Iheanacho, believe it or not, went on a goal scoring spree. Yes, we still lost games heavily in that relegation season, but guess who got our goals when we actually scored goals? It was Daka or Iheanacho, or one each. We need to stop this deluded mentality that Jamie Vardy is the sole saviour of this football club. There is no I in team. Do you know what got us relegated well and truly in 2022-23, Chris? It's a rhetorical question. I'll answer it for you. We relied on James Maddison doing all the running, taking corners, goal kicks, free kicks, shooting, passing, assisting, everything. We relied on him doing absolutely everything in that midfield to give us a chance at scoring and winning games. And when he couldn't do it, and when his back was broken and his legs gave away, we slumped to absolute capitulation every week. We're doing the exact same with a different player. We need to stop, change the formation, change the team, go with it.
I'm trying to think of something to come back with. I can't disagree with any of that. Wayne, at one point in the game, and I didn't make many notes. I spent half my time trying to get me stream working, as indeed you did. But at 53 minutes, our XG was 0.08. Now, like I say, I don't totally understand XG, but that sounds pretty shit to me.
Yeah, and because I got the stream from 60 minutes, at 63 minutes, I checked on the BBC website. It said the stats were Leicester, no shots on target. Touches inside the box, Everton 23, Leicester 8. And then Leicester got a free kick at 70 minutes, and I put, woohoo, on my notes. And interesting, you mentioning Notts Forest, Chris, and I don't think you can see the stats. So basically, the stats for Notts Forest were they had 37.4% overall possession, but they had an XG of 3.23, so really high XG. They had 14 shots compared to Brighton's 10, but 9 were on target. So they were just very, very efficient at what they did, and that's like really getting back to basics. And those basics are what kept us up in the Great Escape and what helped us win the title. And I think, you know, when you get a really good manager, he understands what he's got to play with. And I think Rude in this game underestimated Everton and maybe got carried away with the last result, and definitely, you know, Vestergaard at the back playing a high line is a recipe for disaster. Yeah.
Was he not that last season though, Wayne?
Sorry,
was Vestergaard not playing a high line last season?
Yeah, in the Championship, a lot of people say, "Oh, Mavididi was brilliant in the Championship," and that's why Fatawi was the one who had the stats before he got injured, and he was the one really that was doing it in the Premiership, which is gutting, and indeed as well, which is gutting. And Mads is gutting why those three were injured, because they were significant. They proved that they were doing it in the Premiership. Vestergaard, it's always that thing. He's a Championship player. He looks great in the Championship. Mavididi looks brilliant in the Championship. Will they look any good in the Premiership? I think we're getting the answer this year.
Jim, we last week, two things that we didn't do this week from what I've seen of the game, and look, you and Brad have seen it all. Me and Wayne were lucky we didn't have to, or we couldn't, I should say. Never have I been so happy not to be able to see Leicester. But two things that we seemed to do last week: one was not play out from the back, and two was we made substitutions and changed things round. This game, we seem to play out from the back a lot more again, and the substitutions were very much like for like.
I agree.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, and we'll talk about the substitutions in a second, but add a third one. I think the thing that really got me is last week we played so many nice through balls in the final third. There were passes to the front, whether it be setting up Jamie Vardy, El Canoes passing, Bobby DeCover-Reed. They were involved up front. I was watching, it was into the second half that we had a decent through ball. So Vardy was a statue. He was an absolute statue. And he's not one to go create his goals. He's waiting for something to come up, even if he has to pass it to someone else. We got nothing. And I don't know the technical part of it or tactical if their back line had something to do with it. But we got no passes to the final third. The substitutions, I agree with Brad. He said something at halftime saying that we should have made massive substitutions and gotten two of the back line off and substituted and go with two strikers to try to get a goal. We did nothing. So, yeah, I think in my opinion, I think the no through balls, nothing in the final third to even create a chance, and the substitutions when the ship was starting to sink. We just sat there and say, we're just going to go down with it. So I was disappointed with that.
Brad, you said 5 substitutions. I just want to say there, Tony said, if you earn 50 grand a week every week for a 3-year contract, would you care or not if we lost the game? And somebody said earlier, saying that Foxes never quit means that they actually made an effort in the first place. This game is so damning, not just of the 15-odd players that turned up on the pitch, the management, the ownership. It's damning for the whole club, this game, wasn't it?
It was awful from start to finish.
Sorry, I'll just do this. I'll just do the sign language at the side here for you.
No, 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 it was just awful from start to finish. There isn't a single player out there that can say, I give everything to the game. Big questions need to be asked. Why is it at 3-0 down at half time? The manager isn't throwing water bottles, boots, jackets, whatever he needs to get his point across. And why isn't he saying, I can't make 11 substitutions, but I can make 5. You 5 were the worst. Get off my pitch. No, instead, he waited for the game to be completely dead before he actually gave us a back line. And I'm going to say this now, Chris. He actually waited till the game was completely dead and we had zero chance of getting a goal, getting a little bit of hope, a little bit of positive out of the game before he went, actually, this is the back line I should have played and maybe dragged on after 30 minutes. He decided to wait till it was 3-0, 70-odd minutes gone, and then he went, oh, you mean Vestergaard has had his pants pulled up and down more times than a yo-yo in a yo-yo competition? I probably should take him off now. Oh, you mean JJ, who I insisted cannot play right back and I desperately need a right back. I'm finally going to use the right back that I signed 3 weeks ago. The bigger question should be, who is more out of their depth, Chris? Is it the players we've got on the pitch or is it the manager in charge of them? Because right now, I don't know who I trust least to take me dog for a walk, because I feel like the players would lose him and the manager would probably get him swapped for another one and think it's the same dog. I don't know.
I'm not saying that we can't hold on to leads, but we never get leads, do we?
Yeah, it'd be nice to do that, to actually admit that. Yeah, we forget the lead. That's what we do.
Wayne, a lot of people in the chat are saying Rude's got to go, Rude's got to go. Look, I don't think whoever you get in, and Sean Dyche isn't going to be able to come in and polish the turd, as we often say. You've got to stick with Rude till the end of the season, haven't you?
Yeah, plus as well, the cost of getting rid of Cooper, the cost of getting rid of a management package. Steady on, Chris, just slow down a little bit. But the cost of paying off management packages, it's like Brendan, it's staggering.
They said that's why we can't afford anybody in this transfer window, because of the cost of sacking Cooper.
Yeah, and all this sort of like jumping around and panicking and making rash decisions. I don't think that's not normally the way organisations and businesses work, to be honest. Even if you make a mistake, you kind of try and repair and then think, right, when's the next available time to make the biggest difference? And I do think the question I had is, do you, in this transfer window, do you think we've not been able to sign some players because we've either had the PSR in the summer or been in the bottom three? And I think that does make a difference. So then you think logically, okay, so if we did survive in the Premier, going on from Brad's point, if Rude stays and we did stay up, could we attract a better quality of player? Because we need a younger Vestergaard. Ideally, out of all the defenders, we want a guy who's quick, who's got a football brain, who can pass the ball.
Not much then.
Sorry?
Not much then.
No, well, you've got to get your boots on, Chris.
Honestly, I don't think I could do. I've often said, we know a traffic cone could probably stop more than that. And can I just say thank you, everybody, for letting me know that I'd got an old graphic up there and actually had us down with some goal scorers. You could have told me, guys. Oh, Jim, I've got to say, I called him during the game wanker winks. I mean, I think he probably spent more time wanking than he did actually doing anything with the ball at all. I didn't hear him mention, and I'm going to allow this, maybe I'm wrong because I didn't see much of the game, like I say, but at the end he had a 3-yard pass, pass to play, and he couldn't even get that right. What the fuck is he doing on the pitch? Whether you love Skip, whether you hate Skip, whether you think Skip isn't worth 20 million, for God's sake, give him a break, because this guy is absolutely fucking useless.
I agree. I watched him all game. Those short passes, he didn't have anything on him. This isn't just this match. We've seen it. So I agree with you. I mean, there was rumors that Ndidi possibly could come back, and it could have been Sumari and Ndidi in midfield. I would have loved that. But I think in this case right now, Winks is doing absolutely nothing for us. Nothing. And I would have him out in a heartbeat. I mean, the whole team, I mean, it's even difficult to pick out a player. The question a couple minutes ago, what is it, the manager or is it the players? Certainly bad management choices on Rude's part, but also I didn't see a lot of fire in the players. I really didn't. So I don't know. Maybe one brings another. I don't know. But Winks, to answer your question, absolutely should not be in there.
Brad, and I'm going to leave you out of this for a minute, Wayne, because we weren't watching this. I did not see the first 2 goals because the streams were that awful. They were buffering and, well, we couldn't get one for ages. I'm going to ask Jim to talk us through the second goal in a minute. Talk me through that first goal.
Oh, okay. So what happened is the Leicester players, they came out of this little tunnel and they hit this wave of amnesia. And they all stood there going, what are we doing here today? Are we supposed to be playing? And Everton went and kicked off and they passed the ball backwards. And Jordan Pickford went, no, they're not moving, lads. Let me see what happens if I kick it 45 yards up this end of the pitch. And our defence went, it's cold today, isn't it? What's that? What's that coming from the sky? Is that a ball? Yeah. Strange. Why is there a football pitch here? Why are we dressed like footballers for? What's going on? What do you mean they've scored? What's that? What? That's exactly how the goal went in. Our whole team just went. The referee's going to kick off in a minute. What do you mean it's kicked off? What do you mean it's 1-0 Everton? Don't start for another 6 minutes. My watch must be slow. Because that's when we started playing after the goal that Jim's going to describe. That's when we actually started playing football. They must have thought it was 5-3 and thought Everton was still having a kick around because they didn't move. They did absolutely nothing, Chris.
Chris, he nailed it. Everything Brad said is exactly what happened. And did Pickford get the assist on that goal?
Yeah.
That was, I mean, he just drilled it. I mean, not only was it the fastest goal probably in the Premier League this year, to Brad's point, we didn't even move. We looked like it was one of those twilight zones where everybody stops but two players. We didn't move, and it was a long ball that beat us. And I'll lead you into the second and third goals. We got beat the first 3 goals were on long balls. They played long balls, and their strikers dribbled right through our back line, right through. Long ball, done. 3-0. It was that easy. We looked so bad.
Yeah, honestly, Match of the Day could save themselves production tape and just play the first goal over and over again and just change the score in the corner, Chris, because that's exactly what we conceded 3 times. Sorry.
So are we saying here that Vestergaard and FaZe were at fault for those goals?
The entire team, barring probably Vardy and El Khanous.
Yep.
Because the midfield didn't move.
Nope.
Vardy, you can't really argue him to not close him down because everybody kicks off that way these days. We do it. They do it. Right? The midfield didn't close the gaps. That ball actually, I believe, took 2 bounces to get through to him. Where's a midfielder getting to that first bounce? The whole back line takes accountability for that goal because FaZe didn't move. Vestergaard probably couldn't move because he's claiming a pension, bless him. And Christensen didn't cover him either. And Hamadsen, going back to the point I made in the first half, Chris, about Jakub. I'm not saying Jakub would have saved any of the goals, but I guarantee you Jakub would have come out of his box and seen that we weren't getting that ball and either clattered and gave away a penalty or at least got something on one of them 3 chances. Hamadsen showed that if you train for 1 week after being out for nearly 6 weeks, you're not that quick. Because Hamadsen did this, Chris. Let me see if you can spot me moving. Here's Hamadsen.
I think he's frozen, everybody.
No, I'm playing red light.
No, I know, I'm joking.
Right, I played a red light, green light from Squid Game, and Hamadsen would have won. That was Hamadsen for their goal. I saw Jakub Stolarczyk, and we're going to talk about the Tottenham game, Chris. He came out to them. He made himself big. That was the one thing that somehow Van Nistelrooy messed up the expression "never change a winning side." Because he went, I won't change a winning outlet, but I'll put the goalkeeper that's been missing for 6 weeks out.
And I think you said a good thing because I think Craig talked about it last night, Chris. He is our number 1. He is a great shot stopper, but he's only had not even a full week of practice at full speed. I would have rather seen Stolarczyk play and then give Mads a full week of practice to get the speed back up, just like Brad said.
You in the court.
And I think exactly. And I think he deserved Stolarczyk, the chance. But I get the fact to a small degree that he is our number 1. But man, they all stood there. You don't want to see.
How often have we said, Wayne, FaZe can't deal with that ball over the top?
Well, that's literally, as Brad was talking in Jim, it reminded me of us talking about the Championship. That was the main problem with our defence last season. Even in the Championship, we were weak right through the middle. So any balls through the middle, anybody running from midfield, FaZe was out of position, Vestergaard was too slow, and that is getting found out in the Premiership. And that is our Achilles heel. It was the Achilles heel last year. We played great football, scored some great goals. We were very weak through the centre of defence, and it sounds like that's exactly the same thing that happened this afternoon.
And either the second goal or the third goal, I think it might have been the second, Wout Faes was chasing the player with the ball, chasing him down through the back of his third, chasing him down. All you can see is his backside chasing down. That ball, he could not even keep up with that ball played.
Saddest thing is, though, Jim, he was the only one in our back line that chased him back.
Yep.
I mean, Edward Zimmer frame, a.k.a. Vestergaard, wasn't going to catch him. Where was Christensen? Where was Justin? Where was Samare? Where was I can't pass 3 yards wings? Nobody chased him back. That's the one bit of credit I would give FaZe. Yes, he didn't get anywhere near him. Yes, he could have had a laugh, sat down, had a cup of tea before Woutface got near him before he bashed it into the back of the net. But at least he actually went for him.
Mm-hmm.
That's the embarrassing part. I'm Brad. I'm signing off. I'm going back on camera for a vape. I'll see you in a second, Chris. I'm going to cry.
Wayne, remind me who we had playing on the right.
I can't remember. I didn't see. I missed the lineups because with not seeing the sort of.
I apologise then. Jim, can you remember who was on the right?
Up top?
Anywhere on the right.
James Justin was on the right. Bobby Cordova-Reid was on the right.
Was he on the right this time? He was on the
No. Baldwin Ayew was on the right.
Oh, he was? My bad.
I can understand your mistake, Jim, because I don't even know if Dick Over-Reid was on the team. And guess what, lads? Guess what? We're back in the bottom three.
Wolves are winning.
Wolves are winning.
I've just put it on. It's 1-0. Wolves. And you know what? I hope they win because we don't deserve to be out the relegation zone. We do not deserve to be out the relegation zone. We really do not.
I'm going to say, hey, Jim's got it working. I'm going to say I actually went 2-2 for this game. So, come on, let's go for a draw. The reason, Jim, I'm asking who was on the right, it was Justin, it was Baldy Ayew. Baldy, me as well. Let me ask you a quiz question here, Jim. It's not a difficult one. You can probably get it. When you look at our shot directions, so you've got from the left, from the centre, from the right, what percentage of our shots do you think came in from the right?
In today's match?
Yes. No, I don't mean the whole season.
No, I know. I'm trying to replay the what? 1 or 2 shots we had? I would say 0.
You would say 0. You'd be absolutely right. Not one shot from the right-hand side of that of the pitch. 56% through the middle, 44% from the left. I mean, do we only play, Jim, 2 sides? Do we only play left and centre?
No. Today we didn't play at all, but no.
Well, that is a very good point, and I stand corrected on that. Brad, we had a free kick in the 70-odd minute. How long did it take us to take it? What the fuck was Ayew doing taking it when we got El Canoose on the pitch?
It summed up our performance in general, didn't it? Because what in the blue blazes were we doing, taking 20 minutes to take a free kick just to smash it at someone's chest in the wall? I was cheering corners, ironically, just to give me something to cheer about. But I just don't understand. And there's another thing I don't understand. Well, there's a lot of things I don't understand. But in terms of Leicester, the one thing I'm really struggling to understand, that how bad are we at recruiting right wingers? Because I'm going to name you 3 players that had good seasons and then became overly dependent on for a source of attacking formalities in terms of goals and chances created. Harvey Barnes, Steffi Mavididi, they were the 2 players that play on what side of the field, Chris?
Sorry, I completely wasn't listening, mate. I was loading that graphic.
Well, 2 seconds, mate. Let me go and ask my housemate to turn that down.
What was the question, Wayne? What did he ask me?
Just
about right-sided wingers, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The recruitment of right-sided wingers.
Well, wait.
Just say right.
Yeah. I wasn't listening. I wasn't being awful there, but is that gone any bigger by any chance, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
have to get the studious avatar
he's
on.
got now. You see, Wayne, Jim wears glasses.
Studious.
And he carries them off very well.
Can I just say, Jim? Yeah, there you go. Can I just say, Jim, that despite what Wayne said, the picture that he sent me, he was wearing glasses. And that's why he's like, I said to him the other day, I said, like, you do know you sent me a picture where you were wearing glasses. He's like, did I?
Must have been on a job application, Chris. Trying to look clever.
Yeah, it didn't work, Wayne.
I only do it when the numbers are small. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So look, that's the shot directions. As you can see, no percentage on the right side. Although going down the middle was something that was good for Everton did as well. But we had 42% attacking down the right, 40% on the left, only 18% in the middle. Shot zones, 11% in the 6-yard box, but Everton only had 8. We had 44 from the 18-yard box. Look, 17% for Everton. 44% outside, 15% for Everton. And now looking at that again, you know, where the game was played, 26 in their half, 27, sorry, in their third, 27% in our third. It's all pretty much, you know, looking at that, you'd say, well, we should have got something from it, shouldn't we, Wayne?
Yeah, but the thing is, Everton, they pack the midfield, link up very well. They're resolute and they've got big defenders. That's why the big ball over the top won't work against Everton. You know, the long ball just wouldn't work against them. They're so good as a defensive unit, and they're very well organised. So you have to kind of outmuscle them in midfield and not play a high line. Yeah, so that is, you know, they were dominant. And when you watch the game, they really were dominant in midfield.
Yeah, outmuscle them. That's why we had Winks in there, right, Brad? To outmuscle them. Yeah.
That shows the sort of the weakness of Winks. That he looked great in the Championship, but I mean, if he was on 70 grand in the Championship, which went up to 100 grand in the Premier, sorry, if you're paying £100,000 for a Premier player, they've got to be hitting 7, 8 out of 10 most matches, and he's getting exposed for his lack of physicality. And I think he got out-muscled and he went off the game. Yeah.
What? So, Brad, you're back. What was your question? I do apologise. I will listen this time.
How bad is our recruitment for right wingers? Because 2 players that are very, very, you know, fondly known in Leicester in recent years for being good left wingers for us in terms of getting goals and assists are Harvey Barnes and Mavididi, right? In the Championship for Mavididi, and obviously Harvey Barnes throughout his career at Leicester. We also got to a point that if we didn't have Mahrez or Fatou, the only 2 decent right wingers we've managed to play in our whole entire time as Leicester, you know, for the last 10, 15 years, right? Since, you know, God knows when, right? We've had about 30 right wingers in that time, and only 2 we can call successes. Because what happens on that left-hand side, Chris, and it's happening to Mavididi, it happened today to, well, I would say it happened today to Decovery, but I honestly forgot he was on the pitch. But it happens to Mavididi when he gets going in the games, when he plays for us. They have 3 men marking them. They know we've got nothing down one side of our field. You know, you could say we're unfortunate with the Fatou injury, but what are we doing in this business where we cannot find 2 decent right wingers to go, well, if one's injured, he'll do the job just as good? Because I just don't understand why we play a formation and a style of play where we have 2 wingers when we only have 1. I want to rip my hair out because I do not understand why we keep doing it, Chris. What is so fundamentally wrong with this club that they can get certain positions right and then the right winger, Mahrez, 10-year gap, Fatou?
John Rudkin? I'll just put that out there.
I think you're absolutely spot on, Chris. I really do, because who else do you blame? Because I can't imagine, with all the failings of the people we've signed, it isn't like we haven't tried to get a right back in, is it? You know, we've had many a right back. We even had a Brazilian at one point. I mean, that was a barrel of laughs, wasn't it? But, you know, we even had, didn't we have someone, Chris, that played right wing, and because of how good Fatu was, we put him in the middle. Wasn't he a Turkish international? And didn't we have the same option as we did with Fatu to sign him if we got promoted? Atgun, wasn't it?
I liked him. What happened
with that signing, Chris? What's he done since we had him on loan and could have signed him and chose not to?
He went back. Did he go back to Turkey? I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I believe instead of investing the £14 million to have got him in from his loan deal, we spent £25 million on Oliver Skip. And we brought in a loan player that we have no power to send back in Edward, in a position we don't need a useless donkey in.
Can we go even further back, Wayne, and say we should have signed Lookman?
Oh, well, that's exactly what I thought about. Yeah, that is the one that most Leicester fans were absolutely gutted. And irrespective of whether he gets is in the reckoning for the Ballon d'Or, he was just a brilliant player. He played with a smile on his face. He was very skillful, and to the fact that we missed out on him for, was it a couple of million country for it? Yeah, that was gutting. He's definitely one of those. He's like a Fatu, a shining star.
Yes, indeed. Right. We're going to go to Jim first, and I did say I wasn't going to do this, but sod it. Let's name and shame. I have got my official rating and man of the match up here. I'm going to go first with this one. I'm going to give a performance rating, and I did say that Alan had been overly generous here, but I'm going to give a performance rating of 0 because I think it was that bad. I really do. Man of the match, I am really struggling. I'm down to 2. I'm either going for El Canoes. I tell you what, who impressed me, and this will please Brad, and that's Samari, because he did seem to want to take the ball, and when you're looking at how invisible Winks was, Samari was always there trying to run the ball at the defence, trying to get something out of it. So I think El Canoes was a very close second, but I'm going to give nil point. It's about the Eurovision Song Contest, isn't it? Nil point for the team performance, but I'm going to go Samari for the man of the match. Jim?
Yeah, you said you weren't going to do this to us.
I did, but I thought, you know what? I'm a bastard, so let me do it anyway.
All right. So I would say performance-wise, you gave him a 0. I can't go any less. I would say 2. 1 for getting on the bus as a team, and 1 for taking the field. Nothing else. No performance.
I suppose, let's be honest with you, if they'd missed the bus, they couldn't have done any worse, could they?
Yeah, you're right. Man of the match, as the second half went on, I kept looking for bright spots so I could say, well, this is my man of the match. I really didn't see any. You happen to mention the only 2 that I thought of who didn't make glaring mistakes, that weren't glaring deficiencies, and that was El Canoes and Samari. I will say El Canoes only because you said Samari, but otherwise, you win as a team, lose as a team. And these guys, they were dreadful. So
no, totally. Jim?
That was me.
That was you, Jim. Wayne. I looked at Wayne and said, Jim. Oh, fuck it. I'm going to go. Cheers,
drink
everybody.
Your cider.
Wayne. You're on mute, Wayne. You're on mute, mate.
Mute.
You're still on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Samari. So I did message Brad saying that Samari is consistently performing, and I used to play centre midfield. up until I was like mid-50s for a team. And when you play midfield and you got somebody who works hard alongside you, can play football, it is a dream. When you play centre midfield and you got somebody who doesn't work hard, who doesn't do the passing triangles, it can be a very difficult game. And I think Samari, he needs some more support around him in midfield, which is why I cannot wait for Ndidi to get back. Because I think Winks is definitely getting found out now, and we do need Ndidi back. But definitely Samari, Brad, your redemption arc is well and truly capital letters, neon signs flashing away in the midnight. Very good.
And what was your performance? So you were on mute when you said it. So
0. You've just got to say, I hope they just go back to training and really have a bloody hard training week and come out fighting.
Yeah. Right. Brad.
-10.
Do we do minuses? I don't think we do.
We do now, Chris. For this particular game, we'll have. You said we'll do 7.5s and all that for a special occasion. For this shit show, -10.
Okay, fine. Again, -10. This is going to be interesting. You're man of the match.
Because you've got a gun to my head and you're picking one, and he's the player I like the most in this team.
Can I just say it's two for El Canoose and 2 for Samari. But you could go for Winks, don't you know, or FaZe even.
I feel like giving it Koulibaly for reminding him he actually had a right back on the bench and getting on the bastard pitch.
Yeah.
None of them really deserve it. Not even my love child Samari. Nobody deserves it. And I get where you guys are coming from. If you want to pick a shred of effort that seemed to be on that pitch, it would go to one of them two. So sorry, guys, but I'm going to pick my love child just to take the win here and go Samari, because I really don't want to give it anybody. So I'll give it my favourite. Favourite child wins the award. But realistically, -10 and 0s all round.
Well, they're going to do the player ratings in a minute. That will be interesting. Alan gave the team performance. Let me just get this up. He gave it 1. And actually, this is Alan. He's older than me. This guy has been around. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. He goes home. He goes away. He's here, he's there, he's every bloody where, as they say. But he's always at the games. Got to give a lot of respect to the guy. And he said he's given, just for turning up, he's given them a 1. And you probably guessed it from the fact that I said there was 2-2, that he has gone for El Canoose there. So that is where it stands. I have to say a very huge thank you. If I use the right mouse, this will help. A very huge thank you to Gray, who donated a £5, and Matthew. I'm not sure what $5 is, because I'm not sure. I presume it's American, could be Canadian, could be Australian. But they will be going to comfort eating, and I'm going to have a takeaway after. That's how bad. Maybe the odd G&T as well. But I think it would be rude not to, wouldn't it? Guys, FA Cup next week. Man United must have been watching this, pissing their pants. Can I just say, Leicester to the BBC have done it yet? The BBC have got their man of the match was Beto, who knew. The worst rating for one of their players was 7.36 for Jack Harrison, who I think we wanted at one point. So 7.36 was their worst. Our best was 3.32 with Mads Hermansson. Yeah, I don't know about that. Canoose was second. Vardy third, because it was Jamie Vardy, I guess. Winks was fourth.
Oh my God.
3.07 Winks. No.
Magic mushrooms, that person.
I know, whoever's
that devalues all the other ones.
And I've not even got to Jordan yet at the Mercury, but that's the BBC where fans vote. What were you doing?
A little kick-off when you and Brad do the Jordan scores.
I think it is. No, well, looking in fairness, having a quick look at what Jordan's gone. Yeah, I can see. I've got to say this week, he was pretty much spot on. In fact, if anything, he's probably been a little bit too over generous. So, and JB's just said, "Hey Chris, we will be relegated at this rate." Yeah, 100%, 100%. Next game is going to be Friday. There's no prediction league next week, Wayne.
Yeah.
So you can have a Thursday off. Enjoy. But we're back Friday night with the FA Cup. Wayne and Jim, are you both available for the Friday night?
Yes, mate.
Yep, I'll be there.
Brilliant.
Chris, before you go, Chris, is there a chance that Rude could work some magic against his former club and pull something out Friday night?
No.
Okay. I'm glad you at least hesitated for a brief second.
That was only for effect. Let me tell you.
It was hell to the no, right?
Exactly. Guys, I would say have a great weekend. Enjoy match of the day tonight. I wouldn't mean either of those two things. But thanks very much, and I'll see you guys next week. Take care, guys.
See you, Wayne. Chris.
Cheers. Thank
Brad.
you.
Cheers.
Here we go then, Brad. Oops, there you go. There I don't go. There I go now. Right. Okay. Are you ready for this, sir? Has Brad gone?
Yeah, I'm back, mate.
Oh, sorry. You left me sounding like a high five that wasn't being returned. Right. This is good. Oh, let me get a different colour pen to make it stand out. Right. Here we go then. Leicester City player ratings. Let's start with we're starting the goal with Madsen Manson. He got a 4 off Jordan.
Is he rating him per goal he conceded?
Well, he just says rusty. Not that he was expected to save any of Everton's first half goals. He didn't get close to saving them either, although he did do well to deny Lindstrom with his feet in the second half. I think when you save something with your feet as a goalie, and you're a goalie here, so shoot me down here. But if you save something with your feet as a goalie, does that not shout lucky?
A little bit, especially depending on where the chance comes from. I mean, if you kind of dive in one way and it takes deflection and you stretch your leg out and save it, it's smart. It's a good save. Look, we've just got the team a 0, so don't expect anything too drastic here. He should never have played today. He should not have been in that position where he was expected to be at 100% ready. And I don't know what clueless yak told Ruud van Nistelrooy that it's a good idea to play a keeper that's been out for 6 weeks.
Sorry, mate. I'm just laughing at Wayne's comment.
Love you, Wayne.
Brilliant. Oh God.
I don't particularly blame Hermansen for the goals because
no,
he must for some points in goals he must have been stood still purely in shock that his defence weren't moving for him. But he conceded 4, and I don't literally, apart from that mention of the Lundstrom save, I don't remember doing anything other than pick the ball out of his net. 2.
Ooh. I know I gave 0 for the team, but we're looking at them individually now. I am going to go 2.5. So I kind of I'm there with you, aren't I? I'm there.
Yeah, you just want to be difficult, don't
you? I do. Is it still 1-0 to Wolves, by the way?
Last I knew, yeah, I just I got depressed. I mean, to be fair, we deserve somebody knocking us off the relegation back into the relegation zone after that.
Right, Justin got a 3. Everton were finding it so easy to go through the middle that they didn't need to exploit City's usual weakness on their right. He mostly kept Ndidi quiet, Ndai, however you pronounce it, but was pulled out of position a few times. On the ball, he was poor. I'd say got a 3.
0, useless, awful. Don't play him ever again on that right side of the field. Give Koulibaly the team. Give him the right back position because he's a fucking right back. 0.
I've gone 1. So
no, too generous, Chris. You're on drugs. 0, useless.
Faye's got a 3. He let Beto run off him for the second and third goals. The Belgian nowhere near alert enough to be of danger, but he at least did position himself with a few times in the second half to prevent more goals being conceded. George, shall I go first with this one?
Yeah, let's chop and change, Chris.
Yeah. I'll go first with this one. 0.
I'm going to give him a 1 because he actually tried to chase back, unlike the rest of his defence.
Okay, now this one's going to be interesting. Remember, this is my love child, Vestergaard. Got a 2 off Jordan. Decore's run for the first and Tarkowski's pass for the second bypassed him so easily it was as if he wasn't playing. He was embarrassed a few times by the ease in which Beto beat him to passes in behind, and his withdrawal on the hour was cheered. Wow. He got a 2, like I say, off Jordan. Brad?
I'll go first, Chris. We'll rotate between us. Not his fault that he's not good enough to play a high line at his age. Not his fault he's an old man. But we were down to 10 men with him on the pitch, effectively playing that way. 0.
This hurts me. Because you know what I feel. Thank you, by the way, Ronald. You know what I feel about young Yannick. And there was a saying that you coined that whatever you give one centre back, you've got to give the other.
Yes.
I'm not going to do that though, because I gave 0 to FaZe. I'm actually going to give not a 1, but a -1.
Oof.
And it really
locked.
It gets me there. He was bloody useless, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I can't say anything other than that. Christensen. Let's see what Jordan says. The Corey's run for the first and Kowalski's. Oh no, that was Vestergaard. Sorry. He defended one-on-ones reasonably well and always with commitment, and so was probably the best of City's defenders. But on the ball, there were too many aimless lumps up the pitch, and one terrible pass set up a big Everton chance in the first half. And we actually got a 4 off Jordan. Obviously it's my turn to go first. I'm actually going to say he looked knackered because he was doing a lot of running. And the problem is when he did put balls and he did get the ball into that corner, no fucker was again up with him. You know, we would never have scored a goal like Vardy got against Spurs because nobody was up there. When will we actually accept that Vardy can't do it on... When was the last time we actually just played one up front, by the way? Before this Pep revolution. We always used to have 2 up front, didn't we? Cotti and Heskey, Collymore and Heskey, Lineker and Smith.
Okazaki and Vardy,
exactly. But at least he was showing an effort for me. I'm actually going to give him a 2. And a half. I'm going to go 2.5. No, I'm not. I'm going to go 2. I'm going to stick with 2.
Okay.
No, I used to be indecisive, but I'm not so sure now.
No, that's good then, mate. I'm glad to see you're not so sure whether you're indecisiveness or not. I feel sorry for Christensen because he run down that left, he got into space, And yes, I know Jordan says that he passed hopeless balls down the wing, but that's because we're so predictable. I think at one point he made a pass which was so rigorously drilled into him by training ground regime that the Everton bloke went, "You're going to pass it here." Yeah, you passed it here. Thanks very much, mate. You know, he played balls over the top for Jamie Vardy to haplessly, and to be fair to him when he came on Daka as well, to haplessly try and run on to. But that's instructions. That's what he's told to do. He's not just doing that for the sake of doing it. He's doing it because that's what he's told to do. If you see them make that run, you put the ball in behind their defence. I'm going to give him. I've got to save my highest rating for the man of the match. Oh my God, Wolves just missed a sitter. Oh, thank God for that. I'm going to give him a 3.
A 3. No problem. I had a feeling you were going to say that. Now then, guess what I'm talking about? It felt like he was too busy complaining that trying to get back into position at times in the first half, and he wasn't strong enough in the 50s. Pulled around the pitch to leave City wide open through the middle.
Oh, Harry Winks.
Yes. He gets a 3 off Jordan. You go first with this one, sir.
If I felt like we was down to 10 men with Justin as a right back when he's not a right back, if I say it loud enough, Rude might actually understand and hear it that he signed a right back, and you can play a right back. Anyway, if I thought we was playing,
what are you trying to say there, Brad?
I wasn't sure if I was being loud enough. Sorry, mate. Next time I'll speak up. But if I was playing 10 men, having Justin at right back when he's not a right back, we were down to 9 men with Harry Winks in midfield. I bet you. I know she hasn't been on today. I don't know if that's because she didn't go to the game or not, or
she's on holiday. She's on
holiday. Fair play to her. At least she's not having a weekend ruined. But I'm sure even Kate, whose best friend is obviously Ndidi, she must be begging him to be back and fit and ready to play for the rest of the season, because I cannot stand the torture that is Harry Winks in our midfield. 0. In fact, no, Chris. -1. Clown of the match.
I think you're being very, very, very generous there.
You know, probably am, Chris.
I am actually, and I don't think I've ever gone this low before. I'm actually writing it, and I can't believe I'm writing this down as I'm saying this. I've gone -5.
You know what, Chris? You're not wrong, mate. Anything negative, you could say -1 million, and I'd say, yeah, you're not wrong, because he was just that invisible and that terrible today. Drop him, offer him Spurs on loan. He might not turn them down like the 3 players have today this morning.
I know, embarrassing. Samare, he let the ball bounce over his head for the first Everton goal and gave up possession for the 4th. There was at least an element of endeavour about his play between those moments, but he still let midfielders run off him far too easily. 3 points off Jordan. Is it me first? It's me first, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever marked a man of the match so low before. He gets a 3. And I cannot believe that he is my man of the match with 3 points, but he is.
No, that tells you how truly awful we were today. Because normally when we lose a game, Chris, in any manner, we're sitting here giving the man of the match a 6 or a 7 or even an 8 sometimes, Chris.
Yeah.
So how bad were we today? Well, I'm going to have to go a little bit higher. What's my highest rating? A 4, isn't it?
No, your highest so far is 3 for Christensen.
It's 3 for Christensen. Okay, that's good then. Look, Samare can't be blamed for that first goal because, funny enough, the ball bounced over everybody, Chris. It took about 1 million bounces to get through to the team. straight through to their striker, funny enough. But again, worked hard, tried everything. If anybody was there that actually you could grab hold of and say actually looked like they were bothered about the fact that we were losing against Everton today, it was probably him and another midfield counterpart that we'll get on to. But my man of the match, Chris, 3.5.
Boy, we got a half out of you on that one. There we go. Oh God, Jordan Ayew. His close control was good at times, but he would only dribble back towards his own goal. He didn't offer any quality in the final third and didn't offer enough support to his right back either. It was a surprise he stayed on. Whew. Harsh words this week from Jordan, in fairness. And he got a 3 as well. And again, I've got to say, when you think of how Jordan usually marks players, he's pretty consistent with his marks this week. And you go first this time, sir.
I'm sick of relying or starting OAPs as wingers because 3 times.
Excuse me, I seem to remember you shot me down for calling these people OAPs.
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, right, Chris, when you play them in a position where they can actually do their job and do it properly.
Like Jordan Ayew as a striker, do you?
But I don't shoot me, Chris. But yeah, I'm suggesting that we put a striker in a striker role. Who knew, right? Crazy world we live in.
Crazy. What have you? I'll have a pint of whatever you're having, please.
I know, right? I wish Rude would drink it and all. But it was awful. I mean, he tried today what Tottenham allowed and afforded him to do, which was knock the ball 10 yards forward and run onto it. What Everton did was he's slow. We let him do that. We chase ball. We get it. And like Jordan said, it's 1-0, by the way, at half-time to Wolves. Like Jordan said, Gareth Southgate must be jizzing his pants watching Ayew pass it backwards because that's all he did as England manager. That's all he wanted England to do. Unfortunately, doing it for Leicester isn't getting us to cup finals or top of the league at any point. He did try. I'm going to give him a 2 because he actually did try. In fact, no, for his free kick, I'm knocking him down half a mark, 1.5.
It was an awful free kick.
Free kick was worse than that Robert Hoof free kick because at least Robert Hoof got it over the wall and towards the goal, even if it was out for a throw-in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they were taking so long over that free kick because I think the referee was holding the game up because he was holding the ball. And I just think, why they took so long, and Everton were quite happy for him to take that long. But I've never known Ayew as a particular free kick taker. I have gone 1 for him, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
now, El Canouse. Me to go first, but Jordan has said he didn't press at all effectively for the second, letting Tarkowski slip round him, and very little came off him on the ball. But he did carry it with confidence at times and was trying to make something happen. He's given him a 4. I'm going to give him a 3, the same as Sumari, which is my man of the match. Sumari edges it, and you've got people on the same. But again, my second best player out there for me gets a 3. It's so embarrassing, but yeah, just a 3 from me.
Look, when you play the role that El Canouse is expected to play, and your striker is 38 and takes 3 to 5 business days to turn around to be an option to get the ball, and when one of your midfielders is so useless at getting the ball, passing the ball, or holding on to the ball, he might as well not be on the pitch. And your only other option is trying to do 4 jobs because the other rest of the players can't do it. So he's got no black shirts around him today. It's really hard for El Canouse to do anything of any value to the team and offer anything. Having said that, he actually still tried his best to offer us something going forward. So I'm going to give him a 3 as well.
Yeah, like you say, we don't mind players not performing if at least they are trying.
Yeah.
You know. I ate humble pie last week. I'm sticking it all up this week. Bobby de Cordova-Reid. After such a promising showing at Spurs, it's hard to think of anything Cordova did positively here. He wasn't in the game at all, making no impact on it. He got a 2.
Is it me to go first?
It is in.
Yeah, it is, because I've just finished talking about canoes, so yeah.
Yeah, yes.
I'm going to make your day, Chris. Leicester lost that game because they were down to 8 men, -7.
Wow.
Never played for this club again. That was absolutely tragic. A left winger that couldn't tell me where left wing was if I give him a picture of it.
At least AU was seeming to make an effort. I think you've got to say, I never thought I'd say this, I think Jordan's hit the nail on the head. He wasn't in the game, making no impact at all. I had given him a -3. I'm actually going to make that -4. No, I'm not. I'm going to make it -5 because he was as bad as Winks. I'm going to give him -5. Jamie Vardy, he spent too much of his time dropping deep to connect play in the first half and then did not sprint to get back into the box, and so never threatening to a goal. Brought off on the hour. He got a 3. I hate myself I really, really do hate myself for saying this. I'm sorry, Jamie. I've said it and I'm not going to say it again about, what Jamie should be doing, how we should be playing him. I'm sorry, but he gets a 0 from me. No shots, no points.
He joins the list of players that did absolutely nothing. And again, I'm with you, Chris. I'm sick of saying Jamie Vardy only got involved when he was forced to come back 70 yards to get the ball. He's 38, not 28. He hasn't got the legs anymore to win the ball 10 yards outside our box, sprinting forward to lay it off to someone in the midfield to run 10 yards ahead of him and get the ball and put it in the back of the net. He'll pass out doing that. 0.
Yeah.
And the only thing that saves him going negative, Chris, is the fact that he's an absolute legend, and I can't ever. He could score 3 own goals and smash the goalkeeper in the face, and I wouldn't give him a negative because he's warranted. Having bad games.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see whether this is. I don't want Vardy. I'm just trying to see. I can't confirm that he didn't have any shots because it's showing me him versus Jordan Pickford. It might be Pickford they're talking about. Oh no, hang on. Yeah, he actually. I can see how they're doing it now. He actually had, right, believe this or not, he had the same amount of shots on goal as Jordan Pickford did. And Jordan Pickford actually he won an aerial battle, which Jamie Vardy didn't, and he got an assist as well. So, Jamie, you've been outplayed by the opposition goalkeeper.
Yeah, that says a lot about it, doesn't it? Yeah, we've said that a lot today, so that tells you even more. If you didn't think it was bad enough, hearing that stat just makes it 10 times worse, doesn't it?
Yeah. Akoli, off Jordan. He at least kept up with Beto, but looked a little like Bambi on ice at times. Robbed off the ball for the 4th goal in a calamitous moment. Gets a 3.
Start him against Arsenal with Connor Cody, please, I beg. Because at least he offered us something in aggression and speed. And sorry, Jordan, but there was 3-4 players that could have dealt with that opportunity. I think he actually got the initial tackle in where it should have been cleared, and it still wasn't hoofed clear in the 94th minute. So I'm actually going to give him a a 3.5, Chris.
I'm going to give him 2.5 because I've given my man of the match a 3. I've given my second man of the match a 3. He did all right when he came on. Should have been on from the start. Daka, oh my God. You know when I said Jordan was actually being okay this week? He made runs to at least force Tarkowski and Braithwaite to defend, but never managed to get him behind. There was a nice flick here and there. He got a 5 off Jordan. I can't go for a 5, but if I gave Vardy a 0, I'm going to give him a 2.5 because at least our one shot that was on target was off him.
Yeah. You know what, Chris? 100% agree. 2.5 because he actually showed, like Jordan actually said, the only time we actually made that Everton backline defend was when Daka got the ball. It's embarrassing. Stop playing one up front or stop relying on Vardy.
Yes, 100%. Koulibaly, he was totally isolated when he got on the ball, and that forced him backwards. Fans will still want to see more of him, though. He got a 4 off Jordan.
He's a right back. Start him over Justin. 3.5 because we actually had a right back on the bastard pitch. I don't care how he played. I wouldn't have cared if he'd have sliced a shot into his own net, Chris. We actually saw a right back playing right back for 10 minutes. 3.5. For actually being a player that played in a position that he's actually supposed to be playing in.
3.5. Wow. 2.5 again for me because of how I've rated my other players. So, but he's got to start the next game. He has to start the next game. It's as simple as that. And finally,
hands down. But he won't. He won't. He'll do this stupid thing called play Justin at right back.
True. He'll actually probably play Iverson at right back. Let's be honest with you. If anybody that knows the police, it felt like he got on the ball. I have to say, actually, I don't know if anybody. I do have a police record. It was Every Breath She Takes, which was probably the greatest thing they did. Sorry. It felt like he got on the ball more often than Decovery, but he didn't add anything in terms of threat. No, I thought he did. But by then, City had basically given up. Got a 4. I'm thinking, is it me to finish on this one? I think it is, isn't it? I thought he did make an impact, and I thought he was running down and trying to get into that corner. And a 3 from me. I was impressed when he came on. Maybe he should have been on from the start. Just saying.
Rude, if you're watching, if any of your backroom staff are watching, come here, Rude. I've got all serious now. I've taken my glasses off for you. He's a younger left winger. Play him. Don't wait until we're 3-0 down with 10 minutes to go to put a bastard left winger on for a useless donkey.
I just can't argue. I'm past even trying to defend these players.
3.
You've gone 3 as well. What? Look, I'm sorry. We can't sack Rude. I think you'd agree with that.
We can, Chris. We can, and here's my point why. What has changed formation-wise, tactic-wise, strategy-wise from Cooper? Do you remember when Bell and Rodgers got sacked, and for 2 big vital home games we had his fucking clone in charge before we got Dean Smith in? What did Dean Smith actually do? He actually tried to shake it up a bit, change the formation, change the style of play, and inevitably it was all in vain and too late. But he nearly managed to keep us up. Spot the difference, please.
Yeah.
Spot the difference between Cooper's style of play, Cooper's lineups, Cooper's bizarre decision making, and this arse clown. I'd rather have no manager right now than Rude. I don't care if he beats Spurs.
All right, let me ask you this, and we'll end it on here. But if we were to, I mean, I think the problem with that Rude, you know, we can't buy players now because of the compensation for Cooper. It's going to be even worse if we're having to pay compensation for 2 managers. Who do you get in?
The under-23s coach. If we've got no money, just give it to the under-23s coach. He can't do no worse. At least he's got a brain cell and has his own ideas. Because I feel like what all Rude did, mate, was, I'm not going to pick up my book because I have too much to take off, but I feel like Rude went into the dressing room when he signed the contract to Leicester, went, Steve Cooper's tactical genius plan to keep Leicester in the Premier League. Oh, we'll just use that then, lads. Right now, I couldn't care if it was the under-18s coach. I wouldn't care if it was Emlyn Heskey. I wouldn't care if it was Steve Claridge. I wouldn't care if we decided to get the old band back together that wanted to take over after Martin O'Neill. I could not give a monkeys. Bring back Pearson for a 5th run or whatever number it would be. Bring back bloody anybody right now. I would even forgive fucking scumbags like Brian Little right now to come out of retirement and managers. Because at least they might do this thing called change things. What have we changed, Chris? Seriously, what have we changed? Are we still playing 4-3-3? Are we still playing out the back?
Well, apart from Spurs when we actually won, yes.
Are we still relying on playing people out of position even though we've got adequate cover for them now?
Yes, unfortunately.
Are we still depending our whole entire survival, pinning it on a 38-year-old striker playing to his strengths and his strengths alone?
Yeah, yes.
So what has changed, ladies and gentlemen? I would honestly rather take the under-23s manager and say, do something different with this team.
Can't argue. Brad? Despite everything, this is therapeutic. It has been a pleasure. Thank you very much. We were so in agreement on most of those ratings, it has to be said.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, I'll ask you this and then you can shoot off. Obviously, Tom's got problems with his broadband and all that at the moment. He usually does the weekend review when we go through all the matches. Would you like to do that tomorrow?
Yeah, I can do that tomorrow. Hey, Chris, we cheered about it that time. Where we belong. 2 points off safety. That's where we deserve to be right now. I never thought I'd be happy to see us in our rightful position.
Argue again. I just can't argue. Brad, it's 6 o'clock tomorrow, by the way.
No worries,
no,
mate.
It's not. That's a lie. It's 6 o'clock Monday.
6 o'clock Monday. No worries, mate. I'm off Monday anyway, so I won't be coming back from work later.
And we will have the pleasure of talking about this game again.
Oh, I'll mail that day, mate. I forgot that was what we were talking about.
Every cloud doesn't have a silver lining, unfortunately.
No, this has a big shit streak for it.
Thanks to Brad. Thanks also to Wayne, Tom, who did try to get in, and of course Jim, all the way from America, as the song goes. Look, guys, all I can say is try and have a good rest of the weekend. Go and get pissed. That's all I'm going to say. Take care. Thanks to everybody that's been in the chat and followed us. All the best. And thanks to both. I've forgotten who I'm talking about now, but thank you very, very much to Gray and Matthew for your donations. Brad, I was to say, go and get pissed, mate.
I'll go and do something, mate. Might have a cry or something else.
Oh dear. Could be worse, could be Brighton. Take care, buddy. See you later.
See you later. Bye, buddy.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.